Would everyone please take their seats? Okay, it is time to start the business meeting of the City Council on August 22nd by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would the clerk please call roll?
Monica Duran.
Present.
Zachary Urban.
Present.
Christy Davis.
Here.
Janice Hoppy.
Present.
Tim Fitzgerald.
Here.
George Pond.
Present.
Genevieve Wooden.
Present.
Larry Matthews.
Present.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like the approval of the minutes of August 8th. Are there any changes to the minutes that anyone has? If not, then they are approved as presented. Okay, we can move right into proclamations and ceremonies. We're starting with School Zone and Crosswalk Safety Week, and I'm going to call Chief Brennan and Rachel Holting to join me. Rachel wearing her cape, and your son Cade. This is, as I said, this is Wheat Ridge. This is designating the week of August 22nd. It sounds like I'm right there, as official Wheat Ridge School Zone and Crosswalk Safety Week. Whereas the lives of hundreds of children nationally could be saved each year if communities take steps to make pedestrian safety in crosswalks and school zones a priority, and whereas in Wheat Ridge from 2012 through 2014, there were 60 serious vehicle crashes reported to the police involving a pedestrian or bicycle. And whereas crosswalk safety has been recognized as an important area for improvement by the Colorado Department of Transportation, whereas investing in safety, awareness, and encouragement for kids walking and biking to school supports the United States Surgeon General's forthcoming call to action on walking and walkability. Whereas improving safety for kids traveling to school on foot and on bikes is the top-ranked funding and advocacy privacy in the 2015 Wheat Ridge Active Transportation Community Survey. And whereas an important role for parents, caregivers, gym teachers, and school coaches is to teach children about pedestrian and bicycle safety and become aware of the difficulties and dangers that children face on their trip to school each day. And whereas community members and leaders should make a plan to promote safer walking and bicycling in our communities and develop a list of suggestions for improvements that can be achieved over time. Now, therefore, I, Joyce J., Mayor of the City of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim August 22nd through August 26, 2016 as official Wheat Ridge School Zone and Crosswalk Safety Week. I encourage the community to recognize the importance of the safety of children on their way to and from school during this week and every day in the future. We're going to have a little talk and a video. Rachel?
Thank you, Mayor Jay, and thank you to the Wheat Ridge Police Department. I am wearing several hats here tonight. I am first and foremost Cade's mom. Cade started 5th grade today at Compass Montessori. I'm also here as one of the officers for the Wheat Ridge Active Transportation Advisory Team. And today just really marks to me symbolically, but also very tangibly, what a great relationship Wheat Ridge has with its citizens on working together to make our streets safe for everybody. My son's school is right off of 44th and Miller, and in November 2014, a student at Mountain Phoenix was struck in 44th Avenue in a Safe Routes to School crosswalk. In partnership with the city, after that incident, we improved the crosswalk. We gave it better signals and created a school safety zone through there, which has made a significant improvement for all users of the road. This week, we have a lot of kids going back to school. And nationally, there's been a decline in the number of kids who walk and bike to school. We want to reverse that trend right here in Wheat Ridge because we're a community that really cares about everyone. And so we want to remind all users of the road, whether they're behind a wheel, on two wheels, or on foot, just to be mindful as kids are back to school. Abide the laws, but also use common sense. When you're turning, look for kids. They're hard to spot. Kids don't always know to look both ways as carefully. So we as adults have the responsibility to inform our kids safe and best practices, make them visible, but also as drivers to make sure we're making the community safe. So thank you to the City of Wheat Ridge, to our elected leaders who are great partners, and to our kids who choose to walk and bike to school. Thank you.
So as a result of some of the pedestrian crossing concerns that we've had, and working in partnership with Public Works and the Active Transportation Advisory Team, we in the police department started to work on a public safety announcement. So this is the work of a team of officers in the police department to sort of push pedestrian safety, particularly as it pertains to school kids. And we did this in collaboration with the school district, in collaboration with Jeffco School Security, the Wheat Ridge West Metro Fire Department, and also the Arvada Fire Department. So I've got just a really short video here on pedestrian crossing that I thought would be a good opportunity for council to see the work the police department and others are doing to promote safety, and also as a way to introduce this public safety announcement to our community of members here. So here you go.
Keep your street feet safe.
Hello, I'm Dan Brennan of the Wheat Ridge Police Department. The Wheat Ridge Police Department is committed to providing the highest level of services to the Wheat Ridge community. For this reason, the Wheat Ridge Police Department, in partnership with first responders like the ones behind me and the Jefferson County School District, have produced this public service video to educate our children about pedestrian safety. With the school year upon us, it is vital that children understand the importance of safety when walking to and from their school. The men and women of the Wheat Ridge Police Department, the West Metro Fire Department, and the Arvada Fire Department, as well as the Jefferson County School District, thank you for the opportunity to present this very important safety message.
One of the biggest parts of crosswalk safety is to make sure the driver sees you. So even if you do use the crosswalk like you're supposed to do, you need to stop, and you need to realize there could be distracted drivers coming. When you do approach a crosswalk, you're looking left, you look right, and you look left again. You see a car approaching. You make eye contact with that driver to make sure that that driver sees you and that driver lets you cross the road so that nobody gets hurt.
It's never a good idea to be walking distracted. A car could be coming and you will not be able to pay attention to what is going on if you're on your phone or texting. It is never a good idea to walk distracted. When walking on a roadway, it is always a good idea to put away your devices so that you are not distracted when you are walking on the roadway. You can pay attention to the traffic around you and keep yourself safe. When you're attempting to cross the street, always try to use a crosswalk if one's available. If you're playing ball, what you don't want to do is if that ball goes into the street, you don't want to just run after it. If that ball does go into the street, just let it go, because you never know when there might be a car coming. Look left, then right, then left again. Then, when safe, go get your ball.
We care about your safety.
Always cross at the crosswalk.
Look left, look right, look left again.
Be aware, stay alive.
Keep your street feet safe.
Great job.
So a real brief message for kids. We're rolling this out on the city website, on the PD website, on our Facebook page. The Active Transportation Advisory Team has some websites they're going to roll it out on, and we've given it to schools to show as well. So it's part of our theme, along with Hug and Go, which is a program to talk to parents and kids about traffic safety and pedestrian safety around schools that we're trying to do this year to mitigate some of the issues and problems we've seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It must be time for the city treasurer's financial report. That seems to be up on my screen here. Well, it's time for public comment, so let's start with right there. While he's getting that. You're going to wait. Did you sign up? Budget. That's going to be all over the place, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, they've put them over here now. There's Jerry down there. Okay, we do have variety. I'm going to call David Ruckman. He's first up.
Mayor Jay, members of the City Council, City Manager Goff, and your staff. My name is Dave Ruckman. I'm running for RTD. I wanted to introduce myself to the community. I'm planning on walking and getting to know the community reasonably well between now and November. Let me give you a few reasons why I'm running. I'd like to make RTD a lot friendlier for all the classes of people it is now serving or should be serving, whether they're seniors, and I don't need to tell you, Wheat Ridge and Lakewood and Golden, all of the communities I'll be representing, should I have the privilege to serve, are disproportionately senior. I'd also like to help the underserved, and I'd like to help the disabled, and all the other classes who could benefit from making RTD more accessible. I'd like to build a collaborative relationship and partnership between the cities and RTD. So what that means is, if I have the privilege to go downtown to represent Wheat Ridge at RTD, before I even get there, I want to talk to the city manager and talk to the mayor and say, I'm representing you downtown. What would you like me to say? What would you like me to work on? What would you like me to accomplish? Third, one of these days, after the Gold Line opens in 2 months, and after the East Line opens, going to the Fitzsimmons Biomedical Complex, and also going to the Aurora Civic Center, at that point, substantially, fast tracks will have been done. I want to be at the table in 2017 to help think through what's the next focus for RTD after fast tracks. There's a lot of backfilling that needs to be done, but I'd like to be part of that discussion. Every great city has a great public transportation system. I think RTD is a good system. I want to work to make it much better. I've tried to reach out to some of you here this evening, and if any of you on council have questions, take a look at my website, and certainly feel free to call me. And with that, thank you very much for the time and opportunity. Have a good evening. Have a good session.
Thank you, Dave. I will ask you not to applaud or boo or throw anything or whatever as we go through the meeting. I know it's tempting. I'm going to call again I'm going to call other names here, which would be Millie Nadler. These are items not on our agenda for tonight.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to remind all the people, if you speak, say your full name, spell your last name, and give your address, please.
My name is Millie Nadler, Nadler. I live at 4710 Reed Street. I have 2 items I'd like to speak about tonight. The first is that I would like to invite you to the Wheat Ridge Cultural Commission's Artist Studio Tour, which is this Saturday from 9 to 2. Tickets are $5. They're available at the Teller Street Gallery starting at 9 a.m. Excuse me. And the most amazing thing is that for a small city our size, we have a tremendous number of excellent artists. So please come out and visit their studios and talk to the artists and find out about their work and their process. The second item is about the Wheaties Academy that I'm a part of, hence the t-shirt. And a group of us in the Academy have founded this heart project that we're going to do, and Christy Davis talked about it a few weeks ago. So just to remind you, we're trying to distribute about 300 hearts throughout the city to residents and businesses to decorate. The hearts look like this. And so you decorate them with whatever you love most about Wheat Ridge, and then you can display them in your yard or in a window. And what we're trying to do is spread the Wheaties love and create more unity and pride in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call Dominic Breton.
All right, my name's Dominic Breton, B-R-E-T-O-N. I live at 3645 Marshall Street. And I just wanted to take a second to thank everyone that came out for the Carnation Festival, the Pancake Breakfast. That was a very successful weekend, and a lot of people put a lot of work into that. Thank you guys for making the Pancake Breakfast one of the most successful it was in a long time. And then on the second note, I wanted to invite you out September 1st. We are having a recognition night for Dave and Edith Brown in Doris Brunts. They've been serving our community for probably over 35 years between the Methodist Church and belonging to the Grange. So I would like the community to come out and join us for an evening to celebrate all they've done for the community. And as always, thank you, City Council, for all your support.
Thank you, Dominic. Now I'm going to call for Jared DiTullio, our city treasurer. We're still under public comment.
Jerry DiTullio, City Treasurer, D-I-T-U-L-L-I-O. Thanks, Council. Just wanted to give you a quick update. For our citizens, this is the June 30th financial report that's available on our website. It's a new report that has been developed by the Treasurer's Office and City staff, and this is monthly report. And so as you can see right now, for example, we are at, the council had approved a little over $17 million in sales tax revenue. Our June was about 1.5 million collected, and we're at about 7 million. So we're at 40% collection, which is not really a bad number because a lot of that sales tax comes in during the holidays. I also wanted to update the council. The Fruitdale project money market has been moved to another bank with a higher interest rate. So that's earning a higher interest rate right now for the city. And then when you are ready to access those funds, they'll be ready because that's a liquid account money market. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is a few months ago, we passed an ordinance on audit hearings. And so we had a company in Wheat Ridge, a local company, who actually did a self-audit on use tax. We weren't at the building. And they did their audit for use tax between 2013 and 2016. And they came up with about $200,000 in owing the city of Wheat Ridge. And so since they had contacted the city of Wheat Ridge proactively and gave us all the information, what we did was we waived the penalty, and we went down to the 6%, which was the minimum that we can go on 6% for waiving of interest penalty. And so we collected $162,182 extra in our budget for this year. So thanks to that company for coming forward and being honest. And also, I just want to let you know that the new ordinance that we passed, capping and setting a minimum for the interest, actually worked pretty well. So we didn't even have to have a hearing. It was basically done via phone and via fax and email. So that money should be coming in if it's not already in, and that was done on August 3rd. And if you have any questions about the budget, please give me a call. I've been emailing this out monthly. If any citizens have questions about the finances of the city, give me a call too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I have one name here who's has not signed up for anything in particular, Loretta Campbell. Is there a Loretta here? No. Yeah, Loretta, I'm not sure what item you're on. Number two? Okay, then let me hold you, Loretta. Could you ask her to, Loretta? Loretta, oh, she's sitting down again. Okay, all right. Keep me going here. All right, in that case, then let's move on, since we have all items that were not on our regularly scheduled program here. This is citizens' opportunity for public input on the 2017 budget. And I do see I have somebody signed up here. Where the heck was that? If you were signed up for that. That's right. Okay, Rachel Hilton. Hulteen. There, it would have been nice if it said it right there. That says it.
Good evening again. My name is Rachel Hulteen, and I live in District 2. And I am here this evening sort of as a continuance of why I was up here a few minutes ago. We are always excited for new opportunities each year for the city to continue investing in safe pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. And last fiscal year, the 2015, the city did an outstanding job of nearly doubling the bike lanes through working with their resurfacing program and seizing an opportunity to work in partnership with Edgewater. As the city moves forward and adopts its newly revised bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which is in the process of being revised this year, we hope that the city will have at least $150,000 in the CIP budget that's a specific line item for bicycle and pedestrian. This will allow the city to continue to implement its own priority corridors that have been informed by the community, as well as having some capital available to leverage opportunities to work with our communities surrounding us to do small investments that help connect Wheat Ridge with Lakewood, Golden, Arvada, and Denver. So as you're looking at budget priorities, please include bicycle and pedestrian specific line items. We have transit line coming in. We've got communities around us making significant investments that we can make small investments to connect with. And it's the only way to make Wheat Ridge a more bicycle and pedestrian friendly community. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, any other comments on the budget? I don't have any other listed, so I'm going to move to the other item, which is the outside agency program, where I do have one person signed up who would like to speak, and that's Vivian Voss.
Vivian Voss, 69 VOS, 6920 West 47th Place. I'm just generally speaking on the citizens groups. I, as a citizen, sat in on the DIRT task force and learned a whole lot. It'd be very informative for every citizen to sit in on that committee. And also I was chosen out of District 2 to be on the outside agency review committee. This is what we were given for homework. So I want you all to realize we waded through a lot of finances and words and all, and someone will be speaking to that more specifically here in a few minutes. But I, as a person involved with both of these, wanted to give a shout out and a good thank you to a staff member who put all this together, led us through our trying times with a cool head, kept us on track, was very helpful with keeping us directed in the right, and that would be Carly Lorenz. And I just think she works extra on these, the nights that we're here for these meetings. She works extra, and I just want to give her a big thank you.
Let's do it. Carly Lorenz is an exemplary employee. She continually does that. She gives and gives and gives. So I thank you for saying that so we can get a chance to applaud her a little bit. It's great. Okay, let's go ahead then. I think we're ready to ask if there's any changes to the agenda tonight.
Mayor, I think we have continuation of this same topic. We're not quite done with this topic.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, we'll be brief, but I just wanted to thank the Outside Agency Review Committee for all their hard work. And then I'd like to introduce Scott Wesley, who was a District 1 representative, and he's going to just kind of speak to the process and the overall recommendations for council.
Mayor Jay, city staff, and council members. The Outside Agency Review Committee would like to thank you for forming this committee and charging it with the responsibility of reviewing the funding applications submitted by outside organizations and making recommendations for funding. The review committee members are all in agreement with these recommendations. Before we discuss the recommendations and how they were reached, and any ideas we have for fine-tuning the process, we would like to thank Carly, echo what the other speaker said earlier, for all her hard work. She was courteous to all the applicants, helped answer any questions we had, gave us valuable information, kept us focused, and at all times she was very professional. Thank you, Carly. We were commissioned with the task of reviewing requests for funding from organizations that provide a variety of services to Wheat Ridge and its citizens. There were funding requests from organizations that help children and families in need, help individuals who suffer from addiction, that offer help to school-aged children and through educational programs and other assistance, and help keep our greenways beautiful. We have met every week over the past month and a half and listened to the presentations from these organizations, asked questions, and had group discussions that helped us determine the impact of the services these organizations were providing. After the presentations were completed, we individually reviewed the presentation materials and weighed the service qualities of each organization and submitted our assessments for funding. Carly compiled the funding suggestions and averaged them. Just over the last week, we had our final meeting and discussed the results. We entered these discussions with our own individual thoughts regarding the funding levels each organization should receive. However, through thoughtful discussion, active listening, and compromise, we came to a consensus on funding levels. We are pleased to report that we agreed to submit to you a recommendation that funds every organization that applied. This is a real measure of our compromising, as the amount that was requested by these organizations was nearly double that of our budget. Before the next committee meetings begin, we will be offering up our suggestions through separate meetings with Carly, and we'll do those at separate council meetings. These suggestions will be designed to help make the process more informative and streamlined. Our goal is to make the paper application more environmentally friendly and less of a burden on the organizations seeking funding. Additionally, the suggestions will get the needed information to the review committee in a manner that is informative, easy to digest, and will help in the decision making. It is clear from the applications that were submitted for funding that there is a great need in our community for the services being offered. And these organizations are doing their best to marshal all of their resources they have to meet their financial needs, but often they require help. If our budget was increased, the city could raise its level of funding to help support the work being done at a greater level. It is the financial and practicality to give every organization that applies all of the funding they request. However, any additional amounts that could be given would help our trusted community partners. Thus, the entire city would benefit and Wheat Ridge would become truly a welcoming city. This committee represents Mayor Jay's and the council's commitment to the betterment of our entire community through citizen involvement and the support of organizations that offer services that make Wheat Ridge a better place. Again, thank you, Mayor Jay, council members, city staff, and Carly. The review committee is available to answer any questions and welcome any and all comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking this over, they've done quite a job here. Any questions or comments from council at this time? Nope. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the committee for going through this. It seems quite an arduous task to take in all these applications and make these tough decisions, and then also work within the committee to come up with these decisions. So I know it could not have been easy, so I appreciate that thought thoughtful decision-making process. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Hoppy.
I also wanted to thank the committee and thank you for signing up for a 2-year term, which will help with the continuity into the next year for that. And as we look at the recommendations, you can tell that you put a lot of thought into them, and I really appreciate you guys weighing all of the information that's come to you and sent these to us. Thank you.
Anyone else? Sounds like we're pretty grateful up here. I know we go through this process every year, and this is wonderful to have this kind of input. Carly, thank you for coming up with this. Okay, now can we will eventually get to, this will be a part of our budget, and we'll make.
Well, I was just going to make that note just for the public so they understand that this will be part of the council's budget process and further discussion coming up here in the fall. So this won't be the end of it. So
This is a big leg up.
yes, great start.
Thank you again. Now I guess I can move on to the consent agenda. Let's see how I get my thing up here. Oh, I need approval of the agenda. Any changes to the agenda? I don't think there were any. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Consent agenda item 1A, resolution number 31, 2016, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement by and between the County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, and the City of Wheat Ridge regarding the administration of their respective duties concerning the conduct of the coordinated election to be held November 8, 2016. Letter B, resolution number 32-2016, authorizing the City of Wheat Ridge to execute an intergovernmental agreement by and between the County of Jefferson, State of Colorado, and the City of Wheat Ridge, Colorado, regarding the production of a mailed notice concerning ballot issues, TABOR. Letter C, motion to award a contract to WL Contractors, Inc. of Arvada, Colorado for on-call maintenance and repair services of traffic signals and street pedestrian lights. Item D, motion to award a contract to ABCO Contracting, Inc. in the amount of $173,183 for the bridge rehabilitation project on Marshall Street over Clear Creek, and to approve a 20% contingency of $34,650 for a total amount of $207,833. And item number E, resolution 30-2016, approving an agreement with U.S. Retail Partners, LLC, approving the design and construction of a traffic signal at the intersection. I'm guessing that's providing for the design and construction of a traffic signal at the intersection of 32nd Avenue and Zenon Street.
Thank you. Could I get a motion?
Thank you. I move to approve consent items A through E.
Second. Seconded by, I had term two, I think Mr. Pond. Is there any discussion? Please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 2, we have a lot of public comment on this, and we'll call for it when it's time. Item number 2 would be being read by Councilmember Hoppy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Bill Number 21, 2016, an ordinance amending Chapter 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the regulation of bulk plane standards for the residential 1R1C zone district and declaring an emergency, case number ZOA 16-03. At issue, this ordinance introduces bulk plane requirements for the residential 1C, R1C zone district. This amendment is in response to recent development patterns largely seen in East Wheat Ridge, where new homes are being constructed to the full extent of the current development standards, specifically height and minimum setbacks allowed by the Chapter 2016 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws. The City Council has determined that this development pattern constitutes a detriment to the public peace, health, and safety, and welfare by impacting privacy and impairing the adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties. As such, the City Council directed staff to draft an emergency ordinance implementing a 45-degree bulk plane beginning at 15 feet above property line for properties zoned residential 1C. Being declared an emergency by City Council, this ordinance will become effective immediately for a period of 90 days, expiring on November 20th, 2016.
I'm needing a ordinance number on this item.
This will be ordinance number 1602.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which I'm opening right now, and I'd like a staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Lauren Mikulak, I'm a senior planner in the Community Development Department, and this week filling in for Director Ken Johnstone. This item is a code amendment, so I'd like to enter into the record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, and this emergency ordinance. Just a few comments. The ordinance that was included in your packet was prepared, as Ms. Happy indicated, at the direction of council based on last week's study session on August 15th. So we converted that consensus motion more or less directly into ordinance form, containing that bulk plane beginning 15 feet above all property lines, extending over the site, any subject site, at a 45-degree angle. Per council's direction, this, as written, would only apply to R1C. And the impact of the ordinance would essentially be to scale back the massing of any structure, any new structure, or portion of a structure as it gets taller. The ordinance, as it's presented, would only be effective for 90 days, so over the next 3 months, staff will continue the analysis that we had initiated in July and continue the public process that typically accompanies a code amendment. Moving forward, we have identified dates that would allow us to present a permanent code amendment within the 90-day period. So tentatively, just so you know, we are planning another study session with the Planning Commission on September 15th. We'd have a public hearing before Planning Commission on October 6th, a first reading with council on October 10th, and then a public hearing on October 14th. That provides 3 opportunities for public comment. It also gives us sufficient time to continue our analysis, and it leaves us 1 extra council meeting before the 90-day cutoff in case we would need that. That's the end of my comments, so I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Lauren. Are there comments, are there questions of staff at this time?
Lauren, what was that third date?
The third date was the first reading on October 10th. Is that the one you were looking for?
No, it should be, well, it could be. Study session on October 10th.
We have study session with Planning Commission on September 15th. I should have noted, we've had a study session already, once with City Council and once with Planning Commission. So we've planned out Planning Commission study session September 15th, Planning Commission public hearing October 6th, first reading with council on October 10th, and then public hearing with council on October 24th.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions once again? Okay, then I'm going to call for the public testimony, which I have a lot of. I'm going to start with Benny G. Please come forward, give your name, spell your last name. That's fine. I've got her down here on the bottom. We're good. No problem.
Madam Mayor, while he's coming up, I've observed that there's a little bit of confusion because the agenda item numbers on these sheets aren't actually the right numbers compared with the actual item. And I think people have mostly signed up on the right sheet because they read the description of the item. But for all of these public hearing items, I just ask that you say what the matter is and then ask, even after you've gone through your list, if there's anyone else. Because I think some people were distracted. I'm holding the list for number 4, and it really is describing the topic for number 3, for example. And so there's that kind of problem. And I just want to ask at the end of public testimony if there's anyone else on that topic.
All right, I'll do that.
Hello and good evening. My name is Benny Gonzalez. I live at 3145 Eaton Street. Last name spelled Gonzales. Here to talk about the residential building heights, which is going to be, I understand, voted on tonight to approve or disapprove. And I strongly urge the city council to approve this temporary 90 days. One of the things that I wanted to say is the 15-foot height. I'd like to see that along with some other people that I've talked to in my neighborhood that cannot be here tonight. I have some signatures on a piece of paper that they're in favor of this height restriction as well, and the height that we all talked about, and they were talking about 12.5 foot, which would be more in line with the R1C structures, existing structures in our neighborhoods. And yeah, I did talk to a lot of neighbors, and they wanted me to express that as well. And I want to thank Mayor Jay and city council members and staff for giving me the opportunity to talk about this and to finally let's move forward and get something voted on and approved tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jesse Hill.
Hello, Council. Jesse Hill, Hill. I live at 2995 Chase Street and also own 3001 Chase Street. Very concerned about the, I don't know, I look at it almost abuse of the emergency action regarding this R1C property amendment you've got coming up here. It really was a shock to me, considering the effort and work I've spent and the current opportunity you have to work and really understand the issues in this community. Please don't pass this as an emergency thing. You know, continue and expand the work that you asked the great staff who work so hard out there to go forward and slow down, do it right, and involve the community. This fast tracking is really causing a lot of difficulties and strife in the neighborhood. We're just used to a more traditional process out there. Second, it causes real financial harm to myself. I've put 3 years into working with properties developed, working with staff, extremely explainative out there, plans, just time, real work, and just to have a change, just even this discussion, everything's on hold. And it's not just me. A neighbor next to me tore down a true slum house and, has invested tens of thousands of dollars, bought materials, plans, working with other contractors, and it's all on hold. Everything is dreams to move his family in here. And just the talk of this, that we're going to go this fast, this drastic out there with some of these actions is very difficult. I've sat on other boards and commissions in the past. One of those is a professional engineer. I sit on a building code advisory board. And they've got processes to change their code because it's a frequent and necessary thing. And I understand that. And I understand the bulk planes. But for an architect and an engineer, having clear guidelines and codes are so important because the process and timeline is out there. Just take for granted like the International Residential Code 2012 that you guys adopted. That started work in 2011. And then in 2012, they issued that out to really the world. 2013, 14, engineers, builders, staff here in Wheat Ridge look over those codes through it. And finally, at the end of 2014, you guys adopt the code and gave enough, forward to really understand your designs, that 3-year process. So no matter what comes out of bulk planes and stuff, please give people who invested in the community a chance or time to see forward and either build their dreams as they followed the rules and read the zoning regulations as forward, or at least give them the chance to alter it if they want to delay it out there. But it's such an abrupt thing, really, really causes harm. And that's what I really want to go at. There are a ton of technical aspects that come to this. And you've heard me talk about the large slope we have in the district. That 15-foot really should be, has written, to me, 17.5, considering how the math works out with the base plane and everything, because I automatically lose 2.5 feet due to the slope there. And these are the things that really need to be worked out with council, with the staff, with the community out there. So please take the time to do that. It really is something that should involve the whole community because it really involves our future, how our tax revenues go forward, all those bits, because it's a huge difference. And the numbers truly do matter of what we come up with the code because it's changing what originally was intended for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Jerry DiTullio.
Jerry DiTullio, City Treasurer, 7500 West 29th Avenue, DITULLIO. So, Council, I'm here tonight to talk about the emergency ordinance. I was watching the City Council meeting and the study session last week, and actually, there were some things that were said by the public and by Council that I wanted to clarify. Council was accused of allowing these properties to be built at 35 feet. Well, the reality of the situation is the city charter allows 35 feet for residential properties. And that's been in the charter for years, and the charter is approved by city voters. And then also, there was some comments about, it's destroying the neighborhood. Well, actually, in the neighborhood revitalization strategy that was passed in 2005, which was a lot of citizen input, it talked about we needed to look at more market rate new housing in the city of Wheat Ridge, and especially in the southeast corner of the city, District 1. So, I'll tell you the truth, I've been part of a lot of councils where we've had moratoriums, and we've had, so watching the city council Monday night, some people wanted a moratorium, stop it all in R1C. Some people wanted a 25 feet, cap it at 25 feet, and then some people wanted to leave it alone so that there was no changes and they could just build. So really, this emergency ordinance is a win-win. I know that's a overused term, but it's really is a win-win because if you pass a moratorium right now, and I've been part of moratoriums in the past, you're sending a message that we're closed for business. And we really need the reinvestment, the private investment in this city, especially in market rate new housing. And I understand the height problem. So this ordinance uses the bulk plane, which is 15 feet, which is the standard most of the cities in Colorado use, to avoid having a 35-foot building right next to you. But the beauty of this is that, as Mr. Hill mentioned, he may need 17 and a half feet or 16 and a half feet. Even though this emergency ordinance passes tonight, the variance process is still in play. So if he comes in and looks at his plans, he could ask for a variance within the city of Wheat Ridge, and staff can approve that variance if it's 50% or less, or it could go to a public process where he has to post the property or anybody has to post the property and that's approved by city council. So really it's a win-win. You don't need a moratorium for this. We do need the reinvestment, but this ordinance really is a win-win for everybody. It allows for projects to move forward. It allows for 15 feet bulk plane so you don't have a 35-foot block right next to your property if that's what you're going to get. And it also allows for a variance. So because even though it's R1C, there's different properties with different setbacks and different layouts that maybe 17 and a half feet works or 18 feet works, and none of the neighbors care. They're okay with that. That variance process is still in play, and you can confirm that with the city attorney. He had mentioned that earlier. So I urge council to pass this as is, this emergency ordinance, and then go through the process. I think that by the time you get done with this in 90 days or less, it's going to be the same ordinance because your variance process is already in place. 15 feet is a standard that most of the cities use in Colorado. And I think council did a good job of stepping back and saying, okay, we're going to make this an emergency, but we're going to react to the comments of the neighborhood. We're going to react to the comments of the builders. And a lot of these builders live in Wheat Ridge. In fact, 2 of the properties are being built on Chase and Fenton. Those properties are being built by a local resident in District 1. He lives off of Teller Street. He just finished another property. So we have local builders working in local neighborhoods, and I think they want to work with everybody. So I think this ordinance, as presented tonight, is a good idea. And I just hope that you don't go to a moratorium and try to force that to where you say we're closed for business. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Jacobson, followed by Victoria Mendoza. Victoria can be ready, maybe lined up so that we can move along.
Good evening. Katie Jacobson, Jacobson, and I live at 2929 G Street. So good evening, Mayor Jay, City Council members, and staff. I'm here tonight to thank you for continuing to take our collective requests for updated residential development standards in R1 seriously. I think it's fabulous that we're having this conversation. As you probably know by now, I live 2 houses up from the new 3-story build on 2921 Chase, and it has had a dramatic impact on our privacy. So I greatly appreciate your consideration and ask for your support tonight in taking immediate action through the temporary ordinance to deter builds of this caliber until we can come to a longer-term decision. I do hope that over the coming months, Council fully considers all options, specifically bulk planes starting between 10 and 15 feet, larger rear setbacks, and a lower overall height requirement. So thank you all for your ongoing work on this important issue.
Thank you. And Victoria Mendoza, followed by Vivian Voss.
Good evening, Victoria Mendoza from 3021 Chase Street, and I am also in the thinking that I agree with the emergency ordinance. It's a subject that we need to study more. There is a lot of issues and affects a lot of us. Some of us, I understand the investment they have done with the projects that they have in place right now, but I guess for us residents that are not doing anything that is visible development, it affects us in some other ways too. That might not be visible with money, but it does impact our pocket in some other ways. So how will that be? Price, how it looks, and how that attractive is for people looking for certain look in a neighborhood that we are and that we have created. So I really, I want to have this ordinance that you guys considered, and I appreciate your efforts for studying anything related with this issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Vivian Voss, followed by Michael Epsom, or Michelle, one or the other.
Vivian Voss, VOS 6920 West 47th Place. I have spent the last year or so, whenever these 3-story houses start going up next to a 1-story bungalow in Denver, Highlands, and as I drive through the neighborhood, it just wrenches my stomach to think that I might have one of those right next door to my house. I have a ranch. There's no way I want anything more than a 1.5 story right next door to me. So it's a concern to all of us of what we have next door to us. And I don't care if there's an emergency ordinance or whether there's a moratorium. I just think that this needs to be clear-headed thinking. We need to listen to the citizens and what their real, true issues are. And I'll just be honest, I'm not on the side of a developer at all. Plumbers can work anywhere in the metro area that they want. We don't have to be concerned about them. I did learn a lot tonight from Mr. Hill and Mr. DiTullio on all these different thoughts, and wow, what a mind-boggling thing that we have to undertake. Council has determined that this development pattern continues to be a detriment to the public peace, health, safety, and welfare by impacting privacy and impairing the adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties. I think that's foremost what we need to be concerned about. This is everybody's life, and it's just not about a house. And I think we need to take architect into concern. If you look around the city, it's mostly brick, 1 or 2 stories, farmhouses, ranches, and I think we just need to really, really take a hard look, however we do it, as to what goes up next door to our neighbors, and take this seriously and spend some real good citizen input time listening. And I was confused last week about the 2 consensuses that were brought, and they seem to be so equal together, and one seemed to really hit on the citizen's point of view, and one seemed to come from a developer, worker's point of view, and it just seems like we don't need to be splitting hairs that way. We really need to be doing what's best for all of the community. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vivian. I guess we're almost done. Michael, followed by Kim Calamino. It is Michael.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Michael Epson, EPSON, 2905 Chase Street. I've been there for 27 years. I'd like to speak with you for a few minutes this evening about the character of the R1C neighborhood. We are a small lot, small frontage, very close-knit community. In our neighborhood, we know each other because we see each other coming and going in the front yard, doing yard work. Much different from other parts of Wheat Ridge where there's large lots and you don't have that much contact with your neighbor. We speak with our neighbors consistently, and frankly, we have a huge group of us here today that would like to see the bulk plane down at about 12.5 feet preferably. We approve of Councilwoman Hoppy's amendment to this at 15 feet, but really think that given the narrow lots and the size of the lots, some of them as small as 5,000 square feet, that a 12.5 foot bulk plane would be more suitable to what we'd like to do in the neighborhood. Initially, we asked for a moratorium on all building permits and all demo permits. We're not trying to stop new development from coming into the neighborhood. We understand that it's going to. We actually approve of it in certain sizes, but what we'd like to see at this point is it more architecturally matching our neighborhood. It's an entire neighborhood of bungalows. We don't have a single two-story house. We have two two-story houses in the entire block. So we'd like to see it at about 12.5 feet. If the council would indulge me for just a moment, I'd like to see a show of hands of the people that approve for a 12.5 foot.
I'm sorry, sir. We don't do that.
Okay, no problem. I have a very large group. We have a tremendous number of signatures as well that we'd like to present this evening. So I urge you to consider a moratorium on building permits until we can get that down to 12.5 feet, because we have council, we have a lot of citizens here that back that height at this point.
Thank you.
For your time.
Kim Calamino, followed by Ali Lazalde. Lazalde, something like that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Kim Calamino, Calomino, 4070 Dover Street. As you may remember, I spoke at the study session on this topic, urging caution in considering a moratorium, which could threaten private property rights and have a ripple effect for some time in the way that Wheat Ridge is perceived by those who have invested in a home in Wheat Ridge and those looking to move here. While an emergency ordinance is not as draconian as a moratorium, I still ask, is this truly an emergency? As has been pointed out, the 35-foot height limitation and the setbacks have been in place for decades. And you have many property owners, some of them, citizens already in their own right who have invested in properties and invested significant financial obligations to move forward with very much what we want, which is a renovation of our private properties, our housing stock, and investment in the community to create the very kinds of things that we envision in the NRS, in our comp plan, and so I hope that you have considered an alignment as you think about this issue with the comp plan and the NRS. There are a lot of limitations in a bulk plane regulation that can very much complicate design, and certainly if you've already proceeded with design, having to go back and look at those complications and adjust them, particularly as may have been suggested tonight, even lower than 15 foot, I think you need to spend a little bit more time. I would encourage you not to pass this emergency ordinance, but to engage the property owners, both the current residents and those who are, some of them also current residents, but in the planning stages for investment in our community. I don't see this as an emergency. There is a reason for public process, time to engage the many voices, to sort out and pull apart the issues and come to a considered decision through a public process that I don't see this emergency ordinance engaging in and considering. So I encourage you to take time and not pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ali, and then Loretta Campbell.
My name is Alvaro Lazalde. They call me Al. The last name is Lazalde. I live at 2928 Chase Street. I've lived there for 40 years. I've lived in the area for 43. Well, the reason I'm speaking tonight, don't have a lot of facts like everybody else has, but I know that I live right across the street from that 30-some foot house right now. Walk out my front door and bam, it's right there. It's taken away a lot of the view I had before, the mountains, trees, and everything else. I'd like to have the council and the mayor consider going with the 12.5 foot bulk plane at this time with a max height of 25 feet. That's about all I have to say, but it just after 43 years in the area, it just kind of saddens me. It makes me sad to see this happening. I really strongly believe in growth because I've worked construction myself. I know how important it is to an area, but you got to be responsible at the same time. Thank you very much, Council and Mayor.
Thank you. Loretta Campbell, followed by Marge.
I'd like to address a couple things that around the new construction that is causing such an uproar in the west side of town.
Loretta, could you give us your name and spell your last name and your address?
My name is Loretta Campbell. I live in the west side of town on Chase, on one of the
Could you give us an
streets that
address?
is a steep incline. One of my concerns is directly addressing some of the new Bauhaus type constructor going up with the flat roofs and 3 stories. One of my big concerns when I was on the downhill side walking of the building that is going up now, that is a 3-story building, is that some of the windows of that house are directly opposite windows of the downhill house. I have a problem with that on the uphill side of my house, where I am told I have to darken my shades on the north side of the house because they feel that I am exposing myself if I'm in the middle of my house in my underwear. That shouldn't be happening, period. We should have some kind of direction saying that if you are building a house in a community that is already an established house, especially if it is close to the neighboring house, the one to me is close by 12 feet, window to window. And the police came and told me they wanted to charge me with indecent exposure in my own kitchen, which is in the middle of my house, at least another 12 feet from the window of my house on the side of the house where they were looking in that window. It felt like they were the peeping Toms. And I think things like that need to be considered before we allow places to be built without any consideration of the houses that are already there. What else? This is, I'm reading from the memorandum on June 6th for the July 18th study session regarding residential development standards. And one of the things that it says in the second paragraph is the 2009 Envision Wheat Ridge Comprehensive Plan values Wheat Ridge's existing residential communities. A goal of the comprehensive plan is to maintain and enhance the quality and character of the neighborhoods. My feeling, reading through the comprehensive plan, was that much of I heard, what I read in the community development plan had sensible stuff in it, but the tenor of it made me feel that as a Korean War veteran who bought my house with a VA loan, which was almost unavailable to any females
Loretta.
at that time, I felt like I had to apologize for being from that era and not having kicked the bucket already so that you could do this to us.
Okay, thank you. Please do not do that. May I have Marge, please? We do ask that there's not a clapping or applauding, et cetera. I've asked for it before because there are many people that would like to speak. I would like them to all feel as though they can speak without some sort of background rejection or salutation, so that there is plenty of freedom. And we also have a group here that have to make a serious decision. There was a Marge that was going to speak next. I believe she was in red. Has she left? No, I don't see her. Okay, as asked by the attorney, is there anyone else who would like to, didn't have an opportunity to sign up because the forms were confusing, that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're going to move on then to, actually, unless the council has some response to any comments, and Ms. Duran does.
Thank you. Because of the comments that I've heard out here this evening and actually in the past week, the number one thing I'm hearing is we need to take our time, we need to engage the public in the process, we need to grow responsibly. I would like to offer a substitute motion to substitute a 90-day moratorium on the same activities and ask for a brief recess for our city attorney, Mr. Dahl, so he can present a temporary moratorium ordinance.
Second.
Do we have a main motion to which this is a substitute yet?
We don't have a motion on the floor. I haven't closed the public meeting.
Okay.
So we don't have a motion on the floor.
It's proper motion, but only after there's a main motion on the floor.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm going to close the public meeting, and I'm going to ask for a motion, and then I can get an amendment if needed. May I have a...
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I move to approve Council Bill Number 2016, an ordinance amending Chapter 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the regulation of bulk plane standards for the residential 1C, R1C zone district, and declaring an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Pond, if you didn't hear that. Okay, now we have discussion or any changes or an amendment or whatever you have in mind. Was there?
I'm going
You
to
want to
do
go
my
ahead with your
substitution, yes.
amendment?
I would like to offer a substitute motion to substitute a 90-day moratorium on the same activities and ask for a brief recess so our city attorney, Mr. Dahl, can present a temporary moratorium ordinance.
Second.
Council, please, any discussion on this? And then if not, then I'd like you to vote.
And I should tell council, as we've discussed before, I think the last time there was a substitute motion a few months ago, there was some debate over is it a substitute or is it a motion to amend? And honestly, Robert's Rules does talk about substitutions. They're a form of motion to amend. This probably makes no difference to you, but I wanted to let you know that in the event the motion passes, then you have a new motion in front of you that I would have to go write up, which I'm happy to do, bring back to you, and then that's the pending motion that you would then have to vote on. So just so you know that if this motion passes, you're not quite done, I'll bring you that amended motion, you will vote on that. Sometimes council members in the past have asked me what's the effect of this? Are we done if we vote for this or not? Because it makes a difference to you, and I can appreciate
Like a
that.
motion to make a motion.
Yeah, it's an motion to amend, but by substituting an entire new ordinance for the one that's presently pending. So just so you know that, but sounds like you're ready to talk about it.
Okay,
Discussion?
discussion on the motion is,
As some of you are aware, we had a request for consensus to do a moratorium in the study session. And I would like to address that a little bit as we approach voting on this request for amending the agenda item. You know, the first zoning laws were passed in New York City in 1916. And we have zoning laws in order to create and maintain some order in our communities. Plus, different zoned areas have vastly different needs as far as infrastructure and support services such as schools, retail outlets, and recreation. We have our zoning laws to preserve lifestyles and to help preserve property values. As I've considered this over the past few weeks, there are two different major conflicts in zoning philosophy. First, you have private property rights versus community property rights. The private property rights would be a man's home is his castle, and he can do anything he wants there. But that isn't exactly the way our society works, because even our right to free speech has limitations. If I were to yell fire and create a disturbance in this room right here, right now, I could be arrested for it, especially if somebody got hurt and I created a disturbance. Even at your home, we have an ordinance that says on your property you can't discharge a firearm, or you can't do firecrackers now, which has been a tradition in this country for many years. So there are limitations to a man's home is his castle. And we are trying to protect some of the rights of the private property of other owners, which would be the community part of that. The rights of the neighborhood community. Their expectations on preserving the personality of the community and their existing property values and lifestyles. When people move into a community, especially an established community, they say, I like my house and I like my community. And I have some reasonable expectation to assume that that will probably stay the same way for the rest of their residency period in that community. A house may burn down, but they don't expect that something else is going to be built in its place. They expect it to be more or less rebuilt. And I feel like people that buy into a community have a responsibility to their neighbors to respect what their expectations are of the lifestyle and the home style that they chose in the first place. At the study session, we asked for a moratorium. And as a compromise, we were saying we understand that some people have projects in place. And so we did allow as a compromise a 27-foot height limitation. It was brought up that Joe the plumber is going to be damaged. Well, I don't care about Joe the plumber, and I spent my life in construction. If he's working on one job and he waits until that one job is done before he moves on to the next one, he's probably bankrupt by now anyway. There's an ebb and a flow to the construction process. Even the plumbing part of a house comes in at least 3 phases. So I'm not worried about Joe the plumber or the general contractor. I've had projects jerked out from under me and postponed indefinitely. That's just life in being a contractor. And if you can't live with it, then get out of the kitchen. And I'm concerned about what were the new properties owners' expectations. A lot of these houses are not being built by residents, they're being built by developers. And they don't care what the rest of the neighborhood looks like. They're just going to come in and build and cram as much of their profit margin into that neighborhood as they can, and they don't care. That's it. I saw a house, 3-story deal next to a bungalow in Mountain View the other day at the garden tour. He was 5 feet from the property line, and he dumped all his water across the neighbor's property line and flooded the guy's basement because he had changed the drainage. He obviously didn't care. Now, hopefully, Mountain View has some rules and some ordinances as far as changing drainage and doing damage to your neighbor. But that's some of what's going on with these developers that are building these 3-story houses. So I ask you, when someone buys a property, is it solely a business decision? If it is, then they'll have to take business as it comes. And even if it's a homeowner, if he was not considering the whole neighborhood as a whole when he decided to buy that property, if he just came in to change the neighborhood, then I have less empathy for him than perhaps otherwise. As was mentioned earlier, we have a residential district, and the intent and the purpose of our zoning code for R1 is this district is established to provide high quality, safe, quiet, and stable low-density neighborhood residential neighborhoods, and to prohibit activities of any nature which are incompatible with the low-density residential character. And that is what most of these people were anticipating when they moved into their neighborhoods. And that's why we thought we needed a moratorium instead of an ordinance that had to be hurried through, is that we needed to address not only R1C, but all of the neighborhoods where this could take place. And I would personally like this to address not only heights, but setbacks from the side property lines. I mean, we're ruining the ambience and the charm of so many of our neighborhoods. So as far as the difference, if the city staff and we cannot agree on an ordinance in 90 days, we're back to square one. So we had originally asked for the moratorium with a compromise of 27 feet that would expire once we had a chance to consider a citywide approach to our zoning laws and preserving the charm of our community. And that's why I think we should vote for a moratorium instead of an emergency ordinance.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to the amendment suggested by Councilmember Duran?
I just want to say that we're not trying to impede on anybody's desire to improve their home whatsoever. I just want you to keep in mind that in District 1, there's 600 parcels and 200 acres of R1C property. All I'm asking and what our citizens are asking, and I'm asking on their behalf, is to just step back. Let's have these conversations. It's a temporary moratorium so that within 90 days, between our staff, our citizens, and ourselves, we can come up with a solution that is going to be pleasing to everyone, instead of passing an emergency ordinance now, making changes to it maybe later, or worse yet, this ordinance is the permanent ordinance in 90 days. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Davis.
So I just want to respond a bit, because I think that the 90 days, regardless if it's a moratorium or an emergency ordinance, I think the same work would be done. I don't feel at any point staff has said this is what we're going to do and then we're going to ignore it for 90 days and decide this is what we're going to do. I think that I've heard staff say that there will be public outreach. I think from the folks here that came to present tonight, thank you. And I do think they have ideas and suggestions that will all be looked at during that process. I also did hear, again, I think a lot of it is just as we talked about this throughout the meeting, as far as when it's funding for third-party folks that help our community to other items, is that it's kind of about a compromise. And I do think that even I heard some of the folks that started off last week with moratorium, kind of even saying thank you for at the very least doing this. Of course, I mean, there's a lot of us that would have our others, nothing or a moratorium. And I think that this is a compromise. Again, I don't think it's about the developer. I don't think it's about the plumber. But I do think it is about the Jesse Hills that could be working on these properties and have some ideas and some plans in place. that at least it would monitor or at least set some guidelines in place so that perhaps what we saw happen isn't going to happen, but, straight away, but we are setting some guidelines that are around us, community standards. It's not that we're breaking any kind of standards that's not around us. Again, it's not that we want to be Lakewood, it's not that we want to be Arvada, but again, with a lot of other things, we do look at what communities are doing around us. And I do feel that the original motion on the table is a bit of a compromise between a moratorium, stop, close for business type of thoughts versus we hear you, we're working on it, we're going to work on it the same way as either one is in process or either one is approved, but we are going to set some things in place that we didn't have before, such as 35 feet, that will preserve some of our community and the standards.
Anyone else care to speak? Mr. Fitzgerald?
I didn't hear whether there was a time limit on your amendment.
Yes, it's 90 days.
They're both for 90 days. Okay, are we ready to take the vote on this? So what we're voting on, whether to switch from an emergency ordinance to a, they're both 90 days, temporary moratorium, correct?
So, and other way around, to switch from the temporary moratorium.
No.
Or no, okay, the ordinance to the moratorium.
Exactly, exactly. Ms. Wooden, you look like you had to say something. And which is an amendment, and we're voting as to her motion, so that would be a yes or no on whether you want to accept the new concept, the new motion of this switch, right?
Yes, if a vote for this would be to substitute a new emergency moratorium ordinance that I would draft and bring back to you in 15 minutes.
Versus what the main
That's correct.
council action was supposed to be, all right? So now I need a vote on this.
Motion fails 3-5
Okay,
with council members Wooden, Fitzgerald, Davis, Pond, and Hoppy voting no.
now we can move to the original motion, and Ms. Hoppy, since you, well, actually, we can vote on the original because we've already had that motion.
Just a minute, please.
We need to have a discussion.
Yes, and I'd like to make an amendment to her motion.
Okay.
Can I do that now? Thank you. What I want to make sure that we add into that is I know that we clearly understand that it is temporary and it ends, I think, 90 days on November 20th. But for the sake of our citizens and our public, I'd like us to add in there that this is a temporary ordinance. So add the word temporary.
Second.
That would be added in the title. It would, instead of an ordinance amending, it would be a temporary ordinance amending. That's probably the best place to put it. Then it's a temporary ordinance.
We
And,
write it right at the beginning, right? A temporary.
yep, in the
Right.
title itself.
Right.
Yes, in the title.
Yep.
Can we get discussion on that?
Well, I assume not only in the title, but in the recommended motion then as well.
Yes, correct.
Any other questions or discussion before we take that vote? Go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
So that was to add that amendment, that phrase or that word. Now let's go ahead and vote on the entire.
Discuss.
Oh, sorry, thank you. We are at a period of discussion here. Ms. Hoppy would like to discuss.
I believe that this is the right way for us to move forward rather than the moratorium because, again, the moratorium can send a wrong message. But also, there are real people out there who have put real time and real money into their property that they own, that they purchased because they looked at the zoning before they purchased it to see if they could build the type of home they want to live in. And so I would like to caution everybody, because I don't think that it's, with public property rights, I don't think it's okay to say, my opinion is I don't like how, I think your house looks ugly, because there could be somebody with the opposite opinion about your home. And so please keep that in mind, that there are people who love these modern homes and these modern structures. And so that's, as they own the property, that's their property rights. And I would like to clarify that I wasn't necessarily saying that Joe the plumber was going to have detrimental loss, but what I was saying is that it does go all the way downhill. It sets a set of dominoes all the way downhill. And to be really honest with you, if Mary Schmary owns a property and she's working for it and working towards putting a project together, she could potentially get put on the end of a list if she has some contractors in line, and then it could end up being, instead of just a 30-day or a 90-day wait because of the moratorium, it could end up being more than a year because she gets put on the end of the list. And so, there are effects. Moratoriums have effects. And so that's why I just wanted to remind everybody, it's like just setting off a domino chain. And I think this is the right way to address this, so that the people who are concerned about having very large boxes next to their homes are helped, and then also the people who are working towards projects and have already have massive investment are also considered.
Anyone else care to speak? Mr. Fitzgerald.
I'm going to be voting for this ordinance, this temporary ordinance, because it's obvious there are many different constituencies at work here. The present neighbors feel like they don't want that kind of a house in their neighborhood, but developers or builders, somebody who owns that lot, may have an entirely different opinion. And it is part of the city's goal to improve our housing stock. And whether you consider that improving or not, it's a different question. We've been studying bulk planes seriously, and it's more complicated than it appears. But we've looked at bulk planes from other cities, and all we're trying to do here is reach a balance where everybody's interests gets looked at and taken care of. And that's the reason why a temporary moratorium is actually beneficial to us all, because we can spend a little more time to do this the right way. And I think we discovered the last time we talked about this that there's nothing currently in the mill in the city. So nobody who has presently applied is going to have a problem. And some people may have to wait for 3 months before they go in for approval. But in the meantime, we'll have time to do it right. And that's why I'm voting yes for this.
Who else? I know you've spoken already. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be voting in favor of this ordinance, although I'll be doing it in a begrudging manner, in the sense that this use of an emergency ordinance in this manner is somewhat, I think, inappropriate, in the sense that these types of issues regarding bulk planes and zoning and issues regarding these types of matters do deserve its proper vetting in the public sphere. And I think Resident Kim Calamino had some good points as she talked about the public process that we need to go through to hear from residents as it relates to this process, and I hope that we hear that in the next month or two as we go through this. So I caution us against using this emergency ordinance process as we go through any type of ordinance. We have used it sparingly, and so I appreciate that, and that's one of the reasons I'll be voting for this. I caution us against using an emergency ordinance mechanism in any manner or form, just because it limits the transparency we have in the process. It limits people's ability to arrive and speak in public comment in relationship to these ordinances coming in front of us. And so there's a number of things that an emergency ordinance causes as far as consternation. And so I appreciate that it does represent an emergency for some, but not for all. And so that is somewhat concerning. So I'll be voting in favor of it, but just wanted to point out some of those concerns that I may have had. But for the record, Kim and I do agree on some issues.
Hear that, Kim? Mr. Rand, you had something else you wanted to say? I'm sorry, Mr. Hahn.
Thank you. I'll also be voting for this in a similar fashion. Somewhat begrudgingly, I think both tools, moratorium or a temporary ordinance in an emergency fashion, are not the the best ways to approach this. And I'm sorry that we're at this point. I will say, though, that what we've done and what we're about to do, I think, represents a very substantial outreach to the community. We've already had multiple meetings on this, multiple public meetings on this over the course of the last couple of months. And we're now due to have, again, 3 public hearings in the course of the next 90 days as well. We have done work, we have been listening, we have a lot more work to do, and I think for both sides of this, it's a complicated issue. We've heard from both sides the complications. And so, this is not a simple matter. To that extent, again, the reason why I will vote is I think that this is a compromised measure to bridge where we're at right now and allow us to continue and finish our work, and that's what we should be doing.
Ms. Wooden.
I'll echo some other things that have been said here tonight. And one thing that Ms. Hoppe said that I'd like to mention again is that personal preference of homes, as far as what one person would see as desirable and another may see as undesirable, is something that we have to take into consideration. And also that when we purchase a home or when we live in a city, we do not have a guaranteed expectation that it's never going to change. The city itself or the homes around us or the color of your neighbor's home either. They could paint it purple if they wanted to, or other things like that. And so I think our expectations aren't guaranteed in this instance, and we're trying to work on a compromise for the homes that are there and for the homes that are going to be coming in and changing and growing with the city.
Ms. Duran?
I just have a statement that I just want to make sure I clarify. I don't think having a temporary moratorium would have given the wrong message. I think it would have given the right message, that we care enough to take 90 days to discuss with our citizens what they would like to have in their neighborhood. And I think I would caution assuming that the citizens have said that they think that the modern structures are ugly or that they don't like them. I haven't heard one citizen mention that. I think their concern is that this particular structure just didn't fit their neighborhood, their bungalow area. So I would caution anybody assuming that they think that they're ugly. I'm going to support this because I think it at least starts the conversation. And I just want to clarify those meetings that you mentioned, those dates here that you gave me. I have September 15th.
Well, after hearing this discussion, I think we're probably remiss to not include another study session with council if that's
Okay.
desired. So I think we're going to amend that schedule a little bit.
Okay.
So we would have sort of repeat a study session with council and planning commission and then both public hearings. So then 4 opportunities for input and review. I mentioned we had accounted for some extra time at the end
Mhm.
for that 90 days expires. So I think will maximize the 90 days that we have and get as many opportunities to get in front of you and planning commission and engage the public.
Maybe to clarify too, currently the way we had it scheduled, as Lauren mentioned earlier, was we'd be second reading public hearing would be on October 10th. But to meet the 90-day requirement, we have to have everything wrapped up November 14th. So if we need the extra time, I think we should take it, and that gives us a few extra meetings. If we can get done sooner, we can too.
Okay, but if not, we have the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we will be working very shortly, likely next week, to get an online presence. So we'll be able to accept comments online, and we will post those final dates on the website.
Great. Are we going to do any type of survey? Can we do a
We
survey?
have not thought that far ahead yet.
Okay.
But we can certainly brainstorm.
Just a suggestion.
Yep, how best to get input.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to in advance thank staff because I know we're asking you to jump through a lot of hoops and hurry this process along as best as possible. I also will have to support this amendment or this motion because it's the only tool we have right now before us. I also want to just give staff some notice, and I can talk to you later, but I want to make sure that we don't focus in just on bulk plane and just on height. While we're doing this, I'd like to make sure that we're addressing setbacks on all four sides. And I'm going to use the term architectural standards, and I don't think that's the right term. I personally, although I would hate to see certain houses next to mine, if a guy had a two-story house and replaced it with a flat top two-story house, that's his right and privilege. I have no objections to that. And I don't think anyone's talking about HOA and trying to limit house colors or anything of that nature. I mean, that part of a man's home is his castle and a woman's. But please don't just zero in and just get the blinders on that we're only looking at height limitations. I mean, let's take a look at setbacks and some kind of neighborhood characterization if you can. And by that, I'm not sure even what I'm saying yet because I haven't thought about it, and I don't have the experience that some of you in the Planning Commission have that have made this your careers. But you understand what I'm saying is that something kind of sort of fits the neighborhood at least, isn't just a sore thumb. I mean, if it's a flat top house and the rest have a peak, that's fine. That's not exactly what I'm talking about. And the other thing I would like us to consider is, and it may not be under this particular ordinance, but in the future too, is transitions between zoning areas and see how that might play into what we're doing here. So that one of the reasons I had supported a moratorium in general was that we could look at all zone characterizations. But I'm repeating myself, so I'll be quiet now.
I was just going to get after you.
Mayor, if I could respond to that, I just want to make sure everybody's clear, and especially Mr. Matthews, that for this process, we're only going to be looking at R1C. And to clarify too, it's not height, it's bulk plane, which is different. I think height's a different discussion. And bulk plane will impact height, but it's my understanding we're not having a discussion about limiting height with this. This is just a bulk plane discussion, and that discussion is where you start on the property line and what angle that bulk plane is at, and that will impact height. But just so you know, but staff is always, mind is very open and making sure that we're trying to look at everything. But for this process, this 90-day process, it'll be pretty specific to the R1C zoning and the bulk plane, and it does directly impact. Has a relationship with setbacks, so setbacks will be looked at. If that.
Thank you.
Clear. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Ask all council members, we've got a big evening.
I understand
Please
that.
make it brief if you can, Mr.
Absolutely. In the graphic representation on page 3 of you have a maximum height there of 35 feet, and then you have a peak above that. Is there any sort of material to the fact that you have the peak above that maximum height, or is that?
That's currently where our city code measures the height of buildings. It's not at the peak, but it's at the what's the right term?
Yeah, so the way we measure height is to the midpoint between a peak and an eave. But for the purpose of this drawing, we didn't dimension the difference between the peak of this bulk plane triangle and the maximum height because that will vary depending on the width of the lot. So as you can imagine, the wider a lot gets, the higher the intersection point between those two angled planes. So in some lots, The bulk plane height will be taller, and in some lots, our maximum height of 35 feet will be taller. So it's essentially in there as a reference point to know that they are related, but that relationship will change depending on the lot. And we'll have, as you know, this was put together pretty quickly, so we'll be able to come up with some graphics that maybe more clearly express what our permanent ordinance will be trying to say.
So is it worth discussion to say that at no instance shall a building height, whether it be the bulk plane or the maximum height, not exceed 35 feet, or is that?
The more restrictive would apply. So it may be the bulk plane, it may be the height, depending on the
more
lot
restrictive
situation.
would apply.
Mhm.
That's the important part right
Yes.
there, as far as your question.
Okay, thank you.
Can we move to the vote now? This is basically on the council bill as it was presented and amended with the word temporary being added in front of the word ordinance. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Okay, we're going to move on. Now, I know some of you will be leaving, so I'm going to ask you to please do it quietly. As we move on to item number 3, Ms. Wooden, would you please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Council Bill number 08-2016, an ordinance approving a zone change from planned commercial development to planned industrial development and a request for approval of an outline development plan for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue, case number WZ-15-10, Store All Storage. At issue, the request is for approval of a zone change from planned commercial development, PCD, to planned industrial development, PID, for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue, Store All Storage. There is also a concurrent request for approval of a specific development plan, SDP, for the same property, which will be considered for approval by resolution. The public hearing was opened on May 23, 2016. Prior to May 23, 2016, a protest of the zone change was received by the Community Development Department, was validated by the city attorney, and was entered into the case record during the public hearing. This is permitted under Section 5.10 of the Charter and requires that the ordinance be approved by a favorable vote of 3/4 of the entire City Council rather than a simple majority. The applicant requested a postponement, which is allowed per Section 26-109.e of the City Code of Laws, as the full City Council was not in attendance on May 23, 2016. An additional continuance was granted on June 27, 2016. Any additional continuances of the public hearing are at the discretion of council.
Thank you. I need an ordinance number on this one, too.
This will be ordinance number 1603.
I am going to. I'm opening the public hearing, and in this case, I do need to swear people in.
That's right, yeah, just ask everyone that
Would everyone
wants to
who
testify.
plans to testify stand up, please? Raise your right hand. This would be people who are going to speak as well, who have signed up this way. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth as you understand it in these matters? Please say, I do. Thank you. I'm going to start with a staff report.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council. My name is Lisa Ritchie. I'm a planner with the Community Development Department here in the city of Wheat Ridge. We are here tonight to hear two cases, case numbers WZ-15-10 and WZ-15-11. The first is a request for a zone change to planned industrial development with an outline development plan. The second is for a specific development plan to develop a store-all storage facility. I'd like to enter into the public record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, the comprehensive plan, and this digital presentation. I'd also like to enter 3 letters which were received just prior to this public hearing. Property is within the city of Wheat Ridge. All appropriate notification, publication, and posting requirements have been met. Therefore, the City Council has jurisdiction to hear this case. This presentation is somewhat longer than a typical zone change application, as there are two cases being presented. This presentation will cover both this as well as the resolution for the specific development plan. First off, above we have an aerial. This was taken in 2014. Location of the property is at 12700 West 44th Avenue. The property actually fronts Youngfield Street, with a small portion of it extending to Zenon Street. 44th Avenue is to the north of the property. Immediately to the west is Youngfield Street and I-70. 42nd Avenue is the next street connection to the south of on Youngfield. Image above shows the current zoning in the area. The property is zoned planned commercial development with a Mangone Office Outline Development Plan approved in 1985. The surrounding properties to the south and east are primarily zoned agricultural 2 and contain single-family homes. North and east of the site is the 44th Avenue corridor with small businesses. To the west of the site, again, is Youngfield Street with I-70 right-of-way beyond. To the south are properties zoned neighborhood commercial and restricted commercial, which contain a variety of small businesses. Next up, we have an aerial shown closer. This is what the property, again, this is from 2014, but this reflects what the property looks much like today. You can see one of the irrigation ditches fronting the front property line and then traversing the northern portion of the lot toward the northeast. Quickly, the city's comprehensive plan identifies this area as a neighborhood buffer. Uses in these areas are intended to buffer the lower density residential neighborhoods from higher intensity commercial corridors in the area. We'll talk more about the comprehensive plan later in this presentation. Next up, we have some images which show the current conditions. This view is taken from the northern half of the site near Youngfield Street. In the photo, you can see the irrigation ditch as it is today. This ditch is proposed to be piped and buried as part of this development proposal. Next photo we have is looking east into the site, taken from Youngfield. This photo is taken from the eastern property line of the subject property near the rear property lines for the adjacent properties to the east. You can see Youngfield Street is roughly the same grade as the property, and then I-70, which is elevated in the vicinity. And again, we're taking a photo from the other direction now. We are looking east, taken from the center of the site. You can see the rear of two of the adjacent residences. The undeveloped area between them is the extension of this property out towards Zenon Street. And we have a single photo here taken from Zenon Street looking north. You can see the scale of the existing homes in the area. Next up, I'd like to just briefly cover the process for this application. Again, the ODP and the SDP for these cases are being processed concurrently. This process requires a neighborhood meeting, which was held on July 14th of last year in 2015, in which 12 neighbors attended. The applicant held an additional courtesy neighborhood meeting on August 10th of this month, in which 10 neighbors attended. The outline development plan is a zoning document that establishes allowed uses and development standards, such as height. The specific development plan is a site plan document which provides the details of the development and should conform to the ODP document. When these applications are processed concurrently, Planning Commission makes a recommendation to City Council, who will be the final decision-making body on both applications. In addition, the applicant will be submitting for a subdivision plat, which would be processed administratively. Just a brief overview of the current zoning on the site. Again, it's subject to the Mangone Office Park Plan Commercial Development. When we look at this particular property, there are a number of challenges that are associated with it that have resulted in it remaining vacant for the past 31 years since the ODP has been approved. A few of the challenges are listed. The site has great visibility from I-70, but access can be tricky in the area with no on or off ramps that easily access the site. The ODP allows for a much broader range of higher intensity uses, which the market has shown are not yet viable on this site. There are also additional development-related costs with the site due to irrigation ditch that traverses. Actually, there's two irrigation ditches that traverse this site, and the requirement for a new water line, which would be constructed in Youngfield Street. And finally, the configuration of this site is somewhat awkward. Again, just a brief overview. This image provided by the applicant illustrates the proposed site plan. Applicant is proposing a 4-story structure with a 26,000 square foot footprint to be operated as an indoor access self-storage facility. The building orients to Youngfield on the southern end of the site. Parking would be provided to the north of the building, and detention will be provided to the north of the parking. Access will only be available from Youngfield, and I'd be happy to answer more specific questions related to the site plan during staff questions if you have them. So again, just a summary, we're on the ODP, which is the zoning portion of this application. Just a comparison of the current zoning to the proposed zoning. Again, the Mangone Office Park has a much broader list of uses consistent with C1 and C2 use chart. This particular outline development plan has a much shorter list of proposed uses. These include self-storage, warehouse, office, and flex space, community buildings, research laboratory, eating establishments of a small scale with no drive-through, medical and dental offices, and retail sales. This list was refined with input from the Planning Commission during their public hearing. Architectural standards, both current and proposed zoning would comply with ASDM, Architectural Site Design Manual. The maximum building height under both current zoning and proposed zoning would be subject to the 50-foot height limitation. The current zoning document states that a 3-story structure is intended but not specified. Therefore, it's staff's interpretation that the 50-foot height limit would apply here. However, just to also note, it's within the city's charter height exemption area. Maximum lot coverage, 80% if defaulted to the C1 standards under the current zoning. Again, a lot of the development standards under the current zoning are proposed but not specified. Minimum landscaping would both be at 20%. The build-to or the setbacks, again, would be compliant under the current zoning with the ASDM, and you can see the proposed setbacks for the store-all storage facility. It complies with the build-to that was defined in the ASDM. It would have a 25-foot setback from the rear property line, which is adjacent to the homes to the rear, and then a 20-foot setback on the southern side. So next up, we're looking at the application, the specifics of the application for the specific development plan. So this is the second approval that would be up for consideration tonight. Again, the site design proposes a single structure, 27,000 square foot footprint, roughly 104,000 total square feet, 4 stories tall. Parking area on the north side of the building, detention area located to the north of the parking. Again, the primary access point is on the northern side off Youngfield Street. No access will be provided off of Xenon. The self-storage leasing office and the storage units will be adjacent to the access to those units will be adjacent to the parking lot, and the upper floors will be elevator served. Public improvements proposed for the project include a 6-foot detached sidewalk and a 6-foot amenity zone along Youngfield Street. This complies with the streetscape design manual with exception for street trees in proximity to the irrigation pipe. This landscaping plan proposes 44% of the lot to be landscaped. 15 trees are provided, 356 shrubs, which exceeds the requirements in the code. Finally, we have architecture. The proposal meets the intent of the ASDM requirements. The structure would be constructed of split-face CMU block, insulated metal panels, and stucco. The Youngfield Street elevation is roughly 15% transparent, which is the requirement defined in the ASDM. North elevation would be 22%, south 14%, and no transparency or windows are proposed on the rear of the building due to neighborhood privacy concerns. And again, just briefly, when we consider an ODP application, the approval criteria are what we weigh these against. Does the application promote the health, safety, and general welfare and not result in significant adverse effect on the surrounding area? We examine if adequate infrastructure is available or if the applicant will upgrade. Is it in conformance with the comprehensive plan? And is there a change of character in the area? We'll talk more about how it complies in a bit. Again, the next level is the SDP approval criteria. It needs to be consistent with the purpose of a plan development, consistent with the design intent or purpose of the ODP document. The uses are consistent with the ODP. The site is appropriately designed and consistent with the development guidelines in the ODP. Adequate infrastructure is available, and the SDP is consistent with the ASDM and other applicable design standards. Looking at our analysis that we did as staff here, within the comprehensive plan, this area is identified as a neighborhood buffer. Again, from staff's perspective, in our opinion, this serves as a neighborhood buffer. I-70 traffic counts have increased. Counts have, gradually been increasing over the past 19 years and are projected to increase into the future, particularly if Clear Creek Crossing should develop, as well as the RTD station to the north at the Ward Road station. There's also additional traffic on Youngfield and 44th Avenue. The building itself, as well as proposed landscaping, can act as a noise and visual buffer from those impacts. Again, as we look at the specific goals in the comprehensive plan related to neighborhood buffer, again, we just want to remind you that the structure plan is intended as high-level guidance. It's not parcel-based. It's not a zoning map. So we're looking at it for guidance, but there are goals identified for this particular land use. The one is to increase housing options. In staff's opinion, this location is not really ideal for housing as it's immediately adjacent to I-70. It does stimulate investment and redevelopment in neighborhood buffer areas. This proposal promotes that goal. It also works to increase community safety and code enforcement. Per the neighborhood, there is a transient population in the area. Development of the site should remedy that. And weeds, according to code enforcement. At times there have been citations for weeds, although this is a new property owner, so that would have been the previous property owner. We have two more goals: increase the opportunity for public involvement with city government. This proposal doesn't meet that goal. However, community buildings are a proposed or an allowed use if the ODP would be approved. And finally, maintain a healthy and active community. This proposal promotes this goal by providing detached sidewalk along Youngfield. Again, just a note now on the industrial land use that's proposed for this development. The planned industrial designation was selected due to the majority of the allowed uses in the ODP falling under the industrial employment zone district uses in the code. However, rezoning to industrial employment was not selected, as this could allow uses that are more intense and more typically industrial that are not compatible, in staff's opinion, with this location. For this proposal and this ODP, lower intensity, employment-related, or employment-supporting uses are identified. This case was heard by Planning Commission. Planning Commission hearing was opened, public hearing was opened on March 17th, was continued to April 7th, and action was considered final on April 21st when they voted 4-2 to recommend approval of the zoning document with the ODP, and voted 4-2 to recommend denial of the specific development plan. And again, as was noted in the staff report, there was a legal protest filed. This is allowed under the city charter. It provides the opportunity for adjacent property owners to protest a zone change application. It needs to be signed by owners of 20% or more of the immediately adjacent property. This was provided by someone on the side or rear property line. Side property line. And again, as noted, it requires a supermajority vote. This legal protest does not apply to the second application, so it does not apply to the specific development plan. This image shows the property in which the legal protest was originated from. And finally, staff and Planning Commission both support the zone change and the ODP for the following reasons. The proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and other guiding documents. The proposal meets the zone change criteria. The proposed uses and ODP plan are all less intensive than what could be allowed on the property currently and will serve as a neighborhood buffer. All requirements for an outline development plan have been met. And we have split recommendations regarding the specific development plan. Planning Commission recommended denial of the specific development plan, while staff still recommends approval of this request. That should say to City Council. In your packet, you have two options for consideration. Option A is based on the recommendations of Planning Commission, and option B is based on the recommendations of staff to City Council. Again, my apologies, this should say City Council. With that, I'll answer questions later, but the applicant has a presentation, and the applicant has respectfully requested that they be allowed to rebut any of public comment if City Council is so inclined.
Are there questions of staff now? Or Would the applicant like to?
The applicant is prepared to present. They may fill in some of the gaps that
Okay.
maybe I missed.
That be comfortable with, that information could be useful. Please go ahead, Carolyn.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Carolyn White, W-H-I-T-E, like the color. I'm land use counsel for the applicant. I'd like to introduce to you the other members of our team who are here tonight and who will be presenting to you. And then we do have a brief presentation for you, and of course, we are all available to answer any questions you may have, either during the presentation or at the time reserved for question and answers. With me tonight, who you'll be hearing from is Jeff Anderson, who is the CEO of Store All Storage, and Tim Nelson, who is the Planning Landscape Architecture Team Manager at Galloway and who designed the site design for this project. As staff noted, Store All desires to develop this vacant property, and property which, as has been noted, has been occasionally used for illegal or unpermitted activities, and develop it into a fully enclosed, interior access-only storage facility. The applicant therefore requests approval for the ODP, which would change the zoning from PCD to PID, as was discussed, and approval of an SDP, the Site Development Plan, which specifically shows you what this exact site design is planned to look like. We're very pleased tonight to present this to you for a number of reasons. One is that this site design has evolved considerably from that which was originally proposed, largely as a result of input that we've received from the neighbors. Now, obviously, the neighbors are here tonight, and they'll tell you what they think of it, but we believe that a number of significant changes have been made to improve this site design in order to be responsive to the concerns that we've heard from the neighbors. And what you'll see before you tonight is a site plan which truly represents the best possible development that could occur in this location in order to serve as a buffer between I-70 and the existing residential development to the east. So with that, I'd like to briefly invite up to the microphone here. Excuse me, I remember, aha, okay. I'd like to invite up to the microphone Mr. Anderson to give you a little brief history of Store All, how they plan to use this property, and the evolution of how they came to choose this location and make some of the decisions they made about how to use this location.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council and the staff and all my neighbors. I'm glad we're all here tonight to discuss this proposal. Store All is a third-generation goodness-based family business. They've been in the business since 1970, so it's about 46 years we've been doing this. Funny enough, we attended the first storage convention at Brown's Palace Hotel here in Denver in 1976. So kind of like born into this business. We're a third generation, so we kind of know what we're doing. One of the reasons we selected this property is the good visibility along I-70. Drive-by traffic is our #1 source of new customers, so it's very important for us to have good drive-by. And we also believe that the area is underserved with indoor climate control self-storage. And I think that's something we need to provide to the public. As has already been said, additionally, the current uses of the property are much more intensive than what we propose. As been previously mentioned, on July 14th of last year, we attended the first of 2 neighborhood meetings. In the first meeting, we were quite surprised at the almost anger that was expressed towards the city and the city staff regarding the diesel shop that's labeled up here on the thing called auto service. And during this discussion, the neighbors told us over and over again that they were concerned with the traffic on Zion Street. And as you can see on our site plan, between the 2 buildings to the east of us, there is a strip that's part of their property. And so we said, well, look, we don't think we need to use that strip. So at that time, we committed to not use it. So there's no ingress or egress putting traffic onto Zion Street. The other thing that came up a lot, mostly because of the diesel shop, was about noise. And quite honestly, we're one of the quietest uses you can have. So we felt very good about the fact we were eliminating traffic and we were eliminating noise. What else do I have to say here? At that time, I think I expressed to my neighbors that in my heart, I thought this was one of the best uses that could be used, put on this property, and I still believe that. We handed out cards at the meeting to everyone who wanted one. During that time, the lady to the east, who I know as Cindy, she and I engaged in a lengthy and very pleasant relationship involving text messages and phone calls. And during that time, I thought we had resolved some of these issues that they were concerned about. I think we attached a copy of all those email or text and phone calls for your review. On the 10th of this month, we held a second meeting to try to explain the things we had done in an attempt to provide them the best possible use in a relationship with us as a storage company. And that involved increasing the landscaping. We reduced our signage. The floor elevations were reduced to our absolute minimum. In other words, when we build a storage facility, each floor has 8-foot high metal partitions that we have to have room for our air conditioning, our electrical, our plumbing, our fire sprinklers. So we reduced that to 10'6", which is the absolute minimum we can do. We provided proof that we would not use a Xeon Street, access onto Xeon Street. We agreed to install fencing based on the neighbors' wishes, whatever they wanted. We designed the lighting so it does not spill onto their property. And we eliminated any windows facing to the east to the two residential properties that exist there now. We also agreed to limit our office hours to 9 to 6 p.m. and our access hours from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Some places have 24-hour access. We don't have that. Our architect and civil engineer, Tim Nelson, will explain in further detail the compromise and decisions we made for the site plan. Overall, we believe this project is a thoughtful and deliberate approach to achieve not only our business goals, but to address most of the neighborhood desires of the residents who expressed their concerns. Hope at the end of this meeting you'll have a better idea of our situation and how we will operate in your city. That being said, with the utmost respect and consideration of our neighbors and fellow citizens. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration of our application. Our consultants will now explain the project in further detail. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
In just a moment, I'll ask Mr. Nelson to come up here and walk you through some of the details of the site plan. Specifically, as an overview introduction, what I want to note for you is that this proposed rezoning going from a PCD to a PID on its face might appear to be an upzoning, but in reality it is actually a very significant downzoning that the property owner is requesting because of the fact that in the PCD there are a long list of uses, many of which are very intense, that were allowed by right on this property. And in the proposed PID, instead of zoning it to industrial employment, we chose only to propose those uses which are likely compatible with this particular location. And it is a very reduced and dramatically shrunken down list of potential uses that otherwise could be allowed in the PID. So this is functionally a downzoning for the property owner, requested primarily on the one hand to allow the storage use, which wasn't allowed in the PCD, but also to provide comfort to the city, to the neighbors, to the public going forward, that the range of potential uses that could be on this property in the future is a very limited one, and only those which are inherently suitable to this particular location. Developing this project will generate a number of benefits for the area. Specifically, this structure will actually buffer the noise and the visual impact of the elevated I-70 that was in the photographs that Ms. Ritchie showed you earlier. The current uses of the property that are improper or illegal, such as transients and dumping and weeds and so on, will be eliminated. This will be a very well landscaped, well maintained, very attractive facility that the property owners will continue to take care of. And there will be some existing flooding issues that will be resolved because when this area was originally developed, obviously the drainage regulations that the city has in place today were not in existence. The property owners will be bringing this property up to current standards as to drainage. They will be improving and cleaning up both the open ditch on the east side of the property and then also piping the existing ditch on the west side of the property. So those are all significant benefits that would result from this rezoning and this development. To give you a little more detail about the site plan now, I'd like to ask Mr. Nelson to come up, and then we'll tie it back at the conclusion to how that meets up with the criteria that were presented to you by Ms. Ritchie. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Tim Nelson with Galloway. I'm the senior planner and manager of the landscape architecture and planning department, 6162 South Willow Drive in Greenwood Village, Colorado. I appreciate the opportunity to present this. I'd like to just point out some of the features of the site plan in particular that we've made to some modifications so as to accommodate the neighbors and to help mitigate to the fullest extent possible the potential negative effects on the neighborhood. This is a site plan that's part of the PID and also part of the site development plan. As you'll see, we have 100% access to Zenon Street. I know you've heard that a few times tonight, but it's important for a point I'm going to be making in a few minutes. But we are not utilizing the STEM access out to Zenon. In addition, the building is angled. The setbacks on this property, in particular, the rear property line is 25 feet. At the closest point, we're 32 feet from the property line, and it angles away, so that is the barest minimum, and it's at that very, very one point of the building. We thought that this was important to angle this building to give that depth and not to create a vertical barrier or wall directly behind these residences that are adjacent to us. One of the concerns at the neighborhood meetings was privacy of the residents. We wanted to honor that. So as the top elevation here is the elevation facing I-70 and facing Youngfield Street. The bottom elevation is the elevation facing the residences. There is a lot of color and difference to accentuate that, difficult to see on a two-dimensional elevation. But we didn't want to put windows back there. There was concern with regard to privacy, and we wanted to honor that. This is the south elevation and the north elevation. Again, the window treatment, as you see on the one corner, is the edge of the corner that's up against Youngsfield. Lighting, this is a very technical plan, but real quick, lighting meets your standards, and it is 0-foot candles of added lighting adjacent to any property line. If you look closely, you'd be able to see that, but I'm going to show you a really cool image here in a second. The one other thing I wanted to point out on this slide, this is the technical photometric plan, is on the right-hand side. The middle detail is a shielding detail. So what we do on these lights is where we're adjacent to residences and it's very common, is putting a shield on that light to make sure that there's no spillover into the lots. This is what's called a heat map, and this is the lighting as it reflects on the property. There's where you're going to see light. That's going to be the night lighting of this property. It's basically, let me read this paragraph because it very well conveys my thoughts. We've removed all lights except for the emergency lighting from the east side of the building. So you'll see the little bit of glow at the back. There's an emergency egress that's required by your fire department. It'll be no different than the porch lights in the back of a home. To minimize the light impact to the neighbors. As demonstrated by the photometric plan, the lighting intensity for the project is similar to an office park rather than a bright retail or commercial center. As you've heard, this property under the current zoning allows for numerous retail uses right up to the property line. We're lighting more what would be consistent with a little bit more of an office park. The proposed parking lot lighting and security measures should eliminate any transient problems that the neighbors have experienced and have brought up in their neighborhood meeting. So that's the lighting heat map that will really show you the lighting and what it would look like. The building signage is another concern of the neighbors, that they would have a big glowing neon sign above their homes. We're only proposing that we're allowed to have a 50-foot freestanding sign under the current zoning. We've agreed to reduce that to a 15-foot monument sign, and that's the monument sign that you see on the exhibit right now. right above, and then building mounted signs where the 2 red dashes are, and that would be per your current city code. But we would have no signage facing the neighborhood, no signage facing to the south. And that is what the signage would look like on the up on the building. It would just be up on the upper corner facing I-70 in Youngsfield. As you've heard, there are 2 ditches on this property. We have the Bayou Ditch, which is in green, and the Slater Movie Ditch, which is in orange. I wanted to make one clarification, and that is that the Bayou Ditch, where you see on the north of the building, that will all be put into a pipe and underground. The ditch company had asked that where it parallels Youngsfield, that it stay open in a similar character. It will be totally rebuilt and replaced, and to make sure it functions properly, but there will be a short section that's parallel up along Youngsfield that would be still open to the air. We offered to enclose it, but they asked if we'd leave it open in that spot. The Slater Moody Ditch, and there's some interesting pictures that would show this that we could show if you all requested, but is another ditch on the property that we will be restoring to what it should be designed as. It has a lot of overgrowth over the years, and so when we're done, it'll be a clean ditch that will function the way it was originally designed. As you've heard, we're also adding a detached sidewalk on Youngsfield that will add to pedestrian safety in the area. This will connect to a sidewalk that runs on 44th Street that the city owns the property just to the north of us, and they already have in their plans to add that short little piece that's missing there. As you've heard, open space and landscaping, we are planning on doing quite a bit more in excess of landscaping than what's required, but we're only required to have 20% open space or landscaping. We have 44% on the site, and we're creating a detention basin on the north to correct some drainage problems that are in the area that exist today. We will also be cleaning up and landscaping. This rendering is not descriptive of we'll be cleaning up the little stretch of land between the 2 residences and making sure that's right now it's been used as illegal access across this property, and we'll be cleaning that up so that it's more presentable to the neighborhood. And last but not least, why you keep hearing that we're 100% access is off of Youngsfield is because it comes at a considerable cost to our client. There are 2 options for us for water lines: the blue option and the yellow or orange option. The yellow or orange option is what most every developer in the country or property would do, and that's the shortest route, and that is taking the water line from Youngsfield through the property, down south in that zigzag, and then loop it back to the water line and along on Xenon. And that water line has capacity. That was what it was intended originally, and that is what a typical design would be. Your water district is part of Denver Water. Denver Water would require us to pave that. That's not a negotiable item for Denver Water. Everyone says, oh, that we could talk them out of it. You could say, well, we'll write a letter to talk them out of it. We've done a lot of development around the city of Denver with Denver Water. They never budge from that 30-foot paved easement. If we could go to a wider easement, they would budge from it, but unfortunately that finger that runs out to Xenon is 30 feet plus a little few inches. But so they would require that to be paved. We made a commitment to the property owners that we would not do that. So what we are doing is we're repairing and replacing the water line from 44th Street all the way down to 42nd Street, which is about a $100,000 upcharge to this property from doing the yellow option. So that will improve the community, that will improve the water service. There was a water line there at one point in time. It was abandoned because it had degraded over time. We are repairing and replacing it all the way to 42nd Street to create that loop that will benefit this neighborhood and neighborhoods adjacent to this neighborhood. So just to recap some of the areas that we have made amendments to the plan since the first neighborhood meeting. The building placement, placing that building at an angle to create a little more depth for the adjacent residences. Reduce sign height from the 50 foot that's allowed on this current ODP to 15 feet, which is huge when you're talking about trying to get visibility from a freeway. No windows facing the residences. We talked about that. Water line repair at Youngsfield from 44th to 42nd, and no water line loop to Zenon Street. We've made that commitment and we're honoring it. No paved drive to Zenon Street, we just talked about that. Additional open space to 44 feet. We've committed to doing the fencing that the neighbors would like, and there's a condition in your approval to allow for staff to kind of work that out as we move forward with construction documents. Hours of operation, which you heard from the neighbor, and then the building height is allowed at 50 feet to the roof deck as measured by the city ordinance. Our proposed building height is 42.8 feet to the deck, and then we have a parapet to screen the HVAC system around that. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Caroline, and she'll wrap this up for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. What I'd like to do now is tie those site characteristics back to the criteria that you have before you for review of an ODP and an SDP. Obviously, the first criterion, as mentioned by staff, is that in approving an ODP, you want to consider that the change of zone promotes the health, safety, and general welfare of the community and will not result in significant adverse effects. One of the most important things that this zone change would do, as I mentioned, is actually significantly downzone the property and limit the intensity of uses that could be built here. And just by way of example, we've listed here for you, these are some of the allowed uses by right today in the Mangone PCD. Oops, I've got 2 slides of that. Nope, I've got 1. There are 2 slides of that. And then these are the uses that are being proposed with the PID that's before you if you approve this ODP tonight. So a very much restricted list of uses, including the specific proposed use, the all storage facility. And based on interactions in part with staff and in part with the neighborhood, concern was raised that it might be too limiting to allow only 1 or 2 allowed uses in case the storage facility isn't there forever. And so we worked with staff to identify a very pared down list of other types of uses that would be deemed suitable for this particular location within the range of PID uses that could be developed. Also, on the not result in a significant adverse effect on the surrounding area, I would just like to note that the current allowed height today under the PCD is 50 feet, and we are not proposing to change that. The current allowed maximum height under the proposed ODP would be 50 feet. However, the SDP shows you that our proposed building will be only 42.8 feet. So there is not a proposed increase in height with this project. If you approve the ODP and the SDP, you will not be increasing the height allowed on this property. Understanding that height has been an issue of concern with the neighbors, I just wanted it to be very clear that there is not an increase in height being proposed here. It is the same. There's slide 2. There's the second half of the list of uses allowed today. All right, moving on to the second criterion, adequate infrastructure and facilities. As noted, there is adequate infrastructure today in most of the situations. We're talking about traffic and so on, and as it relates to the water line, the applicant will be constructing the actual facilities in order to accommodate its use, and in fact doing so in a way that goes to extra lengths to accommodate concerns of the neighborhood and will actually improve the vicinity and improve the looping of the water line as well. Then the third criterion for approval of an ODP is actually in the alternative. You want to have one of the following conditions. The first one is conformity with the comprehensive plan. We believe 2 out of the 4 are actually met, even though you only need 1. The first one, conformity with the comprehensive plan. Staff highlighted in their presentation and in their written staff report some of the comprehensive plan goals that the staff believes are furthered by this proposal. We've highlighted here for you on the screen some of the additional comprehensive plan goals that we believe are furthered by this proposal. That includes stimulating investment and redevelopment in neighborhood buffer areas, increasing community safety and code enforcement, and that's achieved in part by the lighting, the security, the improved pedestrian access, the improved access from Youngfield instead of Zenon and so forth, and then also maintaining a healthy and active community, which staff did mention is going to be furthered by the construction of the 6-foot detached sidewalk along Youngfield Street. Criterion B is not applicable, so I'm not going to speak to it. Same with criterion D. I will say that we also believe this proposal meets criterion C, which is a change of character in the area that has occurred or is occurring to such a degree that it's in the public interest to encourage redevelopment in this area. This property is designated as a neighborhood buffer in the comprehensive plan. More than any other permitted use in either the PCD or the PID, this particular type of proposed use is probably the most likely to achieve the goal of neighborhood buffer. And the reason for that is it's very quiet. It's one of the quietest of any of the proposed allowed uses in either the PCD or the PID. It also has a very low traffic generation rate. And if you want to talk about traffic, we can talk about the traffic report. That has not been a significant issue, so we haven't addressed it in depth in this presentation, but we're happy to discuss it if you'd like. This is a significantly lower traffic generation, for example, than an office park, a retail use, a restaurant, or other types of similar uses, including various types of industrial uses that might be allowed. Now moving to the SDP criteria. This is for the site plan, the specific site plan itself. The first criterion is consistent with the purpose of a planned development. As stated in the Plan Development District regulations, the purpose of a planned development is to permit greater flexibility and innovation in land development based on a comprehensive integrated plan. As staff noted in her presentation, one of the reasons this property probably hasn't developed since 1985, despite the city approving the PCD back in those days, is that it is a very unusually shaped piece of property. It has some visibility, but it also has some limited access issues and some extraordinary infrastructure costs that are a barrier to development. So one of the benefits of using a planned design district in this case is it allows us to be a little more flexible with how the site is designed, where we put the landscaping, where we put the buffering, and so on, and come up with a proposal that really is responsive to the concerns of the neighborhood. Whoops. I have 3 criteria on that slide. Consistent with the design, intent, or purpose of the ODP and the SDP were designed concurrently. It is inherently consistent with the ODP. And similarly, in item 3, the proposed uses are consistent with the ODP. The two were designed together. The site is appropriately designed, consistent with the development guidelines established in the ODP. Because the ODP is a zoning document and it lives forever, you'll note, for example, that we have different standards in there that are designed to apply to all projects, not just this one. So, for example, keeping the height limit of 50 feet, even though the SDP is only going to use 42.8 feet of that, 42 feet, 8 inches, and so on. Having the 25-foot setbacks, as would be common in this zone district, and so on. As staff has noted, the SDP conforms to and even exceeds the development standards of the proposed ODP. Again, by way of example, the comparable zone district standard would be 20% open space. We've more than doubled that with 44% open space. The minimum amount of shrubs required would be in the neighborhood of 150. We've more than doubled that with 350 some. And so the proposal here is really exceeding the development standards in the SDP in the site development plan. As noted, we're also going to build all the necessary infrastructure. No additional infrastructure is necessary, and it will comply with the ASDM. Oops. So in conclusion, this proposal does meet all of the criteria in your code for approval of an ODP and approval of an SDP. No concerns were identified by external referral agencies during the referral process, and staff has concluded in their analysis that this proposal meets all of the criteria in your code. As we also mentioned, this project has evolved considerably from the beginning. All the possible mitigations that could be proposed to minimize the potential impact of this property on the adjacent neighbors have been incorporated into this site design, other than simply not building the project. And we believe this is the best type of development for this particular location, given the concerns identified by the neighbors, given the proximity of single-family homes to I-70 and this oddly shaped triangular parcel with a tail right in that buffer zone area. This is the best possible project to meet all of the goals in your comprehensive plan and also to mitigate any impact on the adjacent neighborhood. So with that, we'd ask for your favorable consideration of both the ODP and the SDP. And as was mentioned by staff, we would like the opportunity to respond following public comment and address any issues that have come up that we didn't present to you in our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we have the opportunity here to ask questions of either council or the CEO of Storall, or as well as the planning landscape manager. Do we have questions? Oh, they're up all over the place. Okay, Ms. Wooden.
I just have a quick question. On the strip that goes to Zenon Street, what will happen with that piece of land?
That's going to be kept in a green condition. It's going to be improved compared to its condition today.
Okay.
Mr. Wren.
That was one of my questions, but the other question is, how many units are going to be in this facility?
How many storage units?
Storage units, yes.
I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson to address that, if I may. What's that? 700.
Okay.
He said approximately 700.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Pretty minimal? Okay, we're going to move then to, get my list here. We're going to move to public comment. And I have several people signed up here. Is the clerk, will you clerk be timing on public comment, our 3 minutes?
No, not in a public hearing.
I know we don't, but
Okay.
with the hour and the time, I'm just wondering if it's a possibility. I know I can ask for it.
Well, you'd need to make that decision now and enforce it for all public comment in the hearing. We typically, as you know, just have 3 minutes limit on public comment at the beginning of the meeting, but we do not limit, I think by council rules, we don't limit comment on anything but initial public comment. That'd be a decision I think that you'd need to make now, so,
All right,
and then enforce it.
We will let it go, and I would like to start public comment. I have Greg Boom and Scott Mefford. Greg, and then followed by Scott. Could you all line up, since it's getting really late? We want their minds to be clear.
Okay, yeah, it's late, so I'm gonna keep this short and simple. My name's Greg Boom. My last name is B-O-O-M. I own 4225 Vivian Street. I own 4200 Xenon Street, and I own 4210 Xenon Street. So I have 3 properties I own. I'm against the proposal of a 4-story commercial building in a residential neighborhood. I don't think it fits the neighborhood. My concerns are the same as the rest of the people are going to say here, and I know they're going to comment on other areas. I'm going to keep mine simple so we can move along. I realize the storage people have a big investment in this property and what they're trying to do, but I have a big investment also. If you add my 3 properties together, I have about $1 million worth of properties here in Wheat Ridge and live here. These are my houses and my homes. I don't want to see a big, huge 4-story building going into my property or near my properties. I talked to a realtor, Travis Beck, and I asked him what would be the potential impact, and he says, yes, this could be potentially impact to the property values around us and our neighborhood, and it doesn't fit with the Wheat Ridge, type of neighborhood, the type of community that we are. This is agricultural. We have horses and barns and stuff. This doesn't even come close to fitting into what we're trying to have for our neighborhood and where we live and where we want to be and what the neighborhood's like. I know Wheat Ridge has procedures for transitioning from residential to some type of commercial into industrial. Well, now you're talking about putting industry right next to agricultural and residential, houses. You're talking about putting industrial thing. They talk about de-zoning it. It's not. It's changing the zoning to industrial. I mean, that's the worst thing you could do for our neighborhood in our area. You want to put an auto parts store there? Great, do it. Put a Starbucks. Those are all 1-story buildings. Those are fine. Do something like that. But a 4-story building that's, almost 50 feet high, you wouldn't want that next to your house. I mean, it's just incredible, the idea of doing this. It's a commercial property. I know it's going to be developed. I know something's going to go in there. But make it reasonable for our neighborhood. If they want to do a storage unit, make it 2 stories. I wouldn't be opposed to a 2-story storage unit building that was exactly like they have right there in their picture. Build it. Let them store the stuff there. Just keep it under control for our neighborhood so it's just not so crazy and such a building so high. We don't need a buffer zone from I-70. We've been living next to it for years. It doesn't matter to us. This is going to be a huge wall that's going to be right in front of all of our houses and our buildings. We're not going to see ice, and we're not going to see the mountains. We're not going to see anything. We're going to see a wall. So, and lighting and all that stuff. I know other guys are going to comment. So, I just want to think, if this was going to be built next to your house, what would you guys want to do? Just think about that for us and for our neighborhood and where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Scott Mefford?
Mayor Jay and members of the council, my name is Scott Mefford, M-E-F-F-O-R-D, and I live at 4380 Xenon Street. It's basically across Xenon Street from this facility. Regarding the proposed storage facility and the zoning change and the construction, there's three issues that I think are of primary concern to most in the neighborhood in general, and then there's additional issues that people that live immediately adjacent to the property have. But the three big concerns of the neighborhood as a whole, I think, are the building height, the traffic issues, and the property values. These are the ones that I'd like to address. First, the height issue. And you're obviously going to hear a lot about this tonight. This facility is going to be 4.5 stories high with the parapet. I think it's 42.8 to the top of the roof, but there's going to be a parapet wall that goes up beyond that. So it's actually going to look from the ground to be 45 feet or 48 feet. I don't know exactly what it is high. 51.5? Okay. Anyway, this is going to tower above all of the other neighboring single-family residences and even the adjacent commercial properties. This will be by far the tallest building on Youngfield for over a mile. And this creates a variety of concerns that, again, you're going to hear about, but essentially we believe this facility is fully incompatible with the neighborhood at this height. And I think the discussion that we heard in the earlier business about the constraints on property heights along Chase Street was particularly timely. There, they are concerned about 2- and 3-story structures impacting their neighborhood. We're looking at a 50-foot high structure impacting our neighborhood, immediately adjacent to single-story residential homes. Secondly is the traffic issue. We've spent some time looking into this, and we understand that storage facilities often create less traffic than other kinds of commercial facilities. I think that's a given. But that said, there are unique traffic issues associated with this site that we think need addressed. There are particular issues with the traffic along Youngsfield. Let me back up a step. If you want to go from Xenon Street south, you can't go north on Xenon and make a left turn on 44th because that's prohibited. The only way that you can get out of Xenon Street and go south is to go south on Xenon to 42nd and then try and make a left-hand turn onto Youngsfield. And that is a very difficult turn to make many times during the day. The traffic is getting more and more difficult to deal with there. I think most of you are probably aware that almost every night now, traffic on I-70 backs up and comes to nearly a standstill at that turn. And as that traffic backs up to the 32nd Street exit, people decide that they can jump off on 32nd Street, get on Youngfield, and try and make it around on Youngfield to Ward Road or maybe down to Kipling to get past the mess. And that doesn't really work very well, but it also completely messes up the traffic on Youngsfield, making that kind of a turn from Xenon south onto Youngfield really impossible at those times of the day. So, although the planning effort here, as I understand it, calls for between 6 and 15 trips per day added onto Youngfield because of this facility, we really believe that it's somewhat greater than that. The research that we've done suggests that for a 1,000-unit facility, which is what we heard it was the other night, I guess it's 700 now, but the size of the facility and square footage hasn't changed, I don't believe. We believe that something in the neighborhood of 30 to 45 trips per day is more appropriate. That's still considerably less than what a number of different kind of commercial properties might be. But it's not trivial given the traffic issues that we have to deal with on Youngfield right now. One of the reasons that there is this traffic associated with it is because nationally, 70% of the storage facilities, or storage units in these facilities, are used by residential people, but the other 30% are used by commercial people for inventory storage. Construction companies use it to store construction materials, and they have people in and out of there quite frequently accessing those facilities. So that increases the traffic in and out of there. We believe that the 6 to 15 trips per day far underestimates what's likely to occur. I think that just basically covers the employees. There's 2 or 3 employees and some maintenance people in and out of there a day. Doesn't leave anything for the 1,000 units or 700 units that are likely to be constructed there. So we believe that traffic remains an issue and should be addressed. Ultimately, whatever happens on this property, I think traffic needs to be addressed. I don't think we can just okay it and assume that that additional traffic is not going to be a problem, whether it's 15 or 30 or 45 trips a day. It's compounding the issue. And whatever happens with this property ought to be required to contribute to the solution, not just contribute to the problem. Finally, I'd like to talk just a little bit about property values. From the research we've done, it seems clear that the residential properties near or adjacent to industrial zoning, regardless of what's actually constructed on the site, if it's adjacent to industrial zoning, it simply reduces the property values. It makes the homes more difficult to sell, and the sales prices for equivalent properties adjacent to industrial zoning and in residential neighborhoods, the properties adjacent to industrial zoning suffer. We all purchased our property with the understanding of the existing residential and commercial zoning, but we didn't anticipate this would turn to an industrial zoning. It doesn't seem appropriate for the city to rezone the property and reduce adjacent property values without any compensation to the residents. We believe that's really not appropriate. So in conclusion, we don't believe that this project fills any particular need in the city or is of any particular benefit at this specific location. There's already another storage facility only 1,000 feet away. There's a public storage facility on 44th Avenue. There are areas just across the interstate currently zoned for industrial use that could house such a facility just fine. Right now, essentially all of the industrial zoning, or the PID zoning, lies north of the interstate. And the interstate provides a good buffer between that industrial zoning and the residential commercial zoning south of the interstate. That's good planning, and I think the city thought of that when they defined the zoning areas the way they have. So we recommend that you stick with that and not allow the industrial zoning to begin to creep south of the interstate into these residential and commercial areas. Finally, the facility really doesn't provide many jobs. I mean, what benefits does it have for the city? It doesn't provide a lot of jobs. From what we've read and our research, these facilities are really not prolific generators of sales tax. So all we can see is that the project devalues the area, changes the nature of the residential area that's been there for a long time, and doesn't provide the city with any particular benefits. And as such, we would ask that you deny the zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Donna Midford, followed by Vivian. 4380 Xenon.
Say your name into the
Donna Mefford, 4380 Xenon Street, Wheat Ridge. I'm not going to get into anything. I'm just opposed to it, and I want it to go on record that I'm opposed. We've had to deal with the facility across from us and have multiple problems, and have, so I just want to go on record that what everybody stated ahead, that I'm in agreement with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Vivian Voss? You signed up. Oh, okay. Michael Tilley? And then David Murphy.
Hi, I'm Michael Tilley, Tilly, at 4322 Xenon. I'm directly across the street, basically. And my son, wife, and I all live there. I would like to also state for the record that I protest the rezoning proposed here, basically for the same reasons everybody else has been talking. My primary concern is the size. It would completely block our view of the mountains. We actually get a pretty good view of the sunset a lot of nights now, and we would lose that. Well, it would set over the building, I guess. I also share some of the same concerns about property values, and traffic can be tricky on that already busy area. I guess that's it. Thanks again, and that's it.
Thank you, Michael. David Murphy and Stephen Tanner.
David Murphy, MURPHY, 12700 West 42nd Avenue. One of the things that I find very interesting whenever we end up taking a look at this, everybody knows something has to happen with this piece of property. And you guys are obviously in a difficult position because you're trying to end up working both sides. I find it very interesting on one count that I've never seen a proposal or anything like this where everybody just did a top-down view when they ended up looking at it. We never saw what this is going to look like as you drive down the road and you end up seeing houses that are way here in this building. It'd be interesting to see that picture, and I think there's a reason why not, because it's an albatross. It's totally huge. It's totally out of place. The other thing is, I appreciate the fact that they did their location, building location, they're using that as a highlight, because the building location, number one, they ended up with their density as far as the back part of it. If they ended up making that parallel with Xenon and the houses back there, they'd have to make kind of a funny shaped building because it's parallel with Youngfield. So I don't think you can end up making too big of a claim that you ended up doing that. That was kind of by default that it ended up leaving a corner back there. The other thing that keeps getting highlighted all the time by these folks is that, what it's going to end up doing benefiting the community and benefiting Wheat Ridge. Again, is something going to be built? Originally, when this ended up happening and people ended up having their objections, and then we ended up going to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission ended up taking a look at it, and they said, listen, you know what, we agree. This is kind of, this is kind of out of it, and it's a little bit far-fetched. I would like to encourage you guys to listen to your Planning Commission. One of the things that happened with the last one that you ended up having, some of the reasons why you're making special meetings and everything else is a lot of times because everything gets so far ahead of it. Now all of a sudden you end up having these different things that you have to end up doing to stop the process. Right now you have the community, you have the people that have this property and the house, the horses and everything else. We went through Granger, okay? We ended up having that great big huge sign. If you end up taking a look at that sign's still standing there. I mean, it's an eyesore. I mean, you can't see the light coming out of it anymore, but that thing is terrible. It just stands there, okay? We've ended up watching this whole community end up changing over from basically a neighborhood, and you showed the pictures. You guys ended up showing the pictures, and it was great. I sat there and I looked at the fields, and I looked at the grass, and I looked at what Wheat Ridge, in my mind, represented. Clear back when my grandfather ended up building his house in 1941, which is the house I live in right now. So the whole thing is, then you ended up having veterans that end up working for it. There's a lot of people that have gone through this, and we keep watching the changes. And I think where it's at, and I'll be honest with you, and probably I'm going to upset some of the community too, a lot of us are getting to the point to where we're giving up on Wheat Ridge. We're giving up on it because we're seeing what's happening. It's turning into Commerce City. It's turning into I-25 and Broadway. We can picture our houses when we drive down the highway and we end up looking down. Hey, look at that house down there right in between the storage unit. Look at it between this building over here and this building over here. And all of a sudden realizing pretty soon,
these aren't communities people want to live in. They become rentals. They end up getting torn down. They become slums. Then you end up having indigent. What kind of community service are we doing? We have families right now that are building these houses back over there. And just like in Denver, a lot of the houses, there was bad areas for a while. And then what they started doing is a lot of developers started seeing, hey, you know what? We can end up making these houses nicer. We can build them. We can make a nice community out of it. As far as doing something with that, you know, you end up looking at it and just what they've said before. You know, if this was a two-story building, I think that's a gorgeous building. It accomplishes and meets a mutual agreement of where we need to be. What I am concerned about also, if you guys end up approving this, okay, where's all the construction going to go? How long is this construction going to go on? They're going to be parking on 42nd Street. They're going to be parking on Xenon. They're going to be turning around. Where else are they going to park all these trucks? Where's all the cement trucks going to stage? Where are all the loading trucks going to stage? Where are they going to end up doing all this? And at that point in time, that's another consideration that, again, you know, I really hope that you get to a point to where you realize that this is just out of place here. And one of the things that I really am more upset about, this gentleman over here says he's a neighbor. Okay, well, they said that they wanted to end up extending time to end up meeting with the neighborhood. Well, they came over and talked to me. They found out that I'm an Air Force vet. They found out that the other lady, she's a vet. They ended up finding out that this guy over here has horses and he has specific concerns. They ended up asking Cindy about what her concerns were because there was this monster house back. No, they didn't. They didn't. They don't even address us. They don't even talk to us. They bring up anything that they can to end up making it look like we're hand in stock. We're right along with it, and they've paid attention to our concerns. They haven't even begun to pay attention to our concerns. Our concerns are we don't want it. So right now he's claiming to be a neighbor. Right now we want him to be a neighbor. At 2 stories, build a house. Come over and build it right there on 42nd. Come be our neighbor. Come have a barbecue. Find out who your neighbors are. But right now, don't come claiming you're a neighbor because you want to build this monstrosity. And show me a picture. Show me a picture of what this thing's going to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Tanner?
Stephen Tanner with PH, 43.
Thank you.
Xenon Street. Pass those to the council, please.
I will.
I've owned the property next door to the south of this lot since 1992. The address is 4315 Xenon. I am opposed to this project due to the height of the building. They talk about this being a 4-story building and 42 foot. The top of the building is 51 and a half foot tall. It is a cyclops of Wheat Ridge if you let it be built. I believe this building is inappropriate for the neighborhood due to the height. This building will tower over my property. The side of the building is 20 foot from my property, straight up 51 foot. As a reference point, 20 foot is approximately from this wall to the aisle. Go up 51 foot. The pictures that I've given you is a balloon that is floated 51 foot in the air. The trees in front of that were probably planted in about 1950. So in 60 years, these blue spruce trees have grown to 40 foot tall, and now they want to put a 51 and a half foot building. They have addressed a lot of the concerns of the neighborhood, and I give them congratulations on doing that. The number one concern that I heard consistently was the height of the building. There's several buildings that would be appropriately sized at 2 stories. There's a Trailer Source building on Tabor Street that was built not too long ago. It's a beautiful building. At 2 stories tall, I would have no problem with this storage facility or these developers. I think they do have some concern about the neighborhood. I just think they've bought the wrong site because they don't think that they can make money if it's a 2-story building and that they have to go 51 and a half foot tall. It's just going to be the Cyclops of Wheat Ridge. Up on Sheridan, about 65th, another indoor storage facility similar to theirs was built 6 or 7 years ago by Uncle Bob's Storage. It happens to be 2 stories tall. I just have to urge the city council to not allow them to build this tall of a building on that site. If they want to come back with a plan that has a shorter building, I would not be opposed to it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jen Storms, followed by Cindy Beckfield. I think it's Cindy.
I'm Jerry Storms, S-T-O-R-M-S, and I
I
live
see
at
it now.
4250 Zenon Street. I am a 4th generation in this home. I am opposed to this 51.5-foot building. I am concerned about property values. I do want there to be a good value when the 5th generation moves in. And that's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Cindy Beckfield, followed by, Janice Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Cindy Beckfield, 4365 Xenon, Exxon. And I live directly behind where this building's, in front of where this building's gonna go. This building is gonna be virtually in my backyard. And yes, I have had some nice conversations with Jeff. I enjoyed the conversations with Jeff until all the inconsistencies of the times they opened, the hours that it opened, the trucks that came in. There was many consistencies. And I told them then I was getting concerned about exactly what they were going to do. If it was going to end up another diesel place where they built it on good faith and they did what they wanted to. I enjoy getting up in the mornings and open my drapes and looking at a field of weeds, flowers, looking at the mountains. They built this. I'm going to open up my drapes and look at a cement wall. There'd be nothing. Last summer, I'd open my drapes and they were 5 deer out in the field, casually munching on the grass. I could walk out where they were laying down, resting, underneath the trees and talk to them, and they wouldn't move. What happens when I want to open my drapes and see the deer, or see the mountains, or see the sunset? Yes, we see the highway, and of all the neighbors I've talked to, the noise bothers nobody. It sounds like an ocean. And many neighbors have said the same thing. The noise don't bother us. We don't need no buffer. I love my country. I've lived in this house for 20-some years. And before this, I went from the hospital to a house down the street where my parents lived. My parents built the house. I moved in as a baby. We rode our horses up and down the street. We rode our bikes up and down the street. Where Granger's is, there used to be a little foxhole that we played cowboys and Indians in. The neighbors, the people that talked before us talked about neighbors being friendly. If I'm out mowing my grass and I have a problem, Mike across the street will come over and help me. We're talking about closing the street down and having a neighborhood barbecue. It's an old-fashioned neighborhood. We don't want a 4-story monstrosity right outside my window. And I beg you, please do not let this pass. Please let me enjoy my sunsets. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Janice Thompson.
Janice Thompson, 12290 West 42nd Avenue, Wheat Ridge, Colorado. I live on 42nd and Vivian Street. And as just a side note, I've written some so I can read it and be done. But people ask, why do you want to live in this area? Well, I've lived on 42nd and Vivian Street for 58 years. And so either the pollution's gotten to me or there's a reason why we are staying there. We have a green belt that goes through this area that people come from all over the Denver metro area to enjoy. And in the 58 years that I've lived there, I've seen many, many changes. There weren't a lot of homes in this area when I first moved there. And I do know that development's going to happen. When my parents moved there, we were told that Ward Road was going to go through go directly down to the south of where it is now. And so we were all worried about Ward Road being in our backyard. Well, that never happened because Applewood developed. A few years ago, we heard that there were going to be some kind of a change done here on Youngfield and 44th Avenue to accommodate to make Ward Road flow better through that area. That seems to have been put on the back burner, and I don't know what's going to happen with this development if those plans still come to fruition in the future. So, you know, everybody lives in a different kind of neighborhood. This neighborhood meets the needs of the people that live there, and we have new young families moving in that are investing money to improve these homes because, quite frankly, a lot of them have deteriorated over the years, but it's because we have not been given some assurances from the city. So some of my statements may be redundant, but I'll just read this quickly. To the mayor and city council, well, here we are at a crossroad of another development in the city. Questions are being raised on both sides, pros and cons. Like the Jolly Rancher property, Wadsworth Boulevard redevelopment, 38th Avenue redevelopment, and others, the city staff, planning commission, and council have taken the time to weigh all negatives and positives to each development. You have investigated the infrastructure of roads, sewer, water, traffic patterns, impact on existing neighborhoods and commercial sites, as well as how the proposed project will benefit the city and its citizens. The neighborhoods of 44th Avenue to Clear Creek, Youngfield to Tabor are asking for the same consideration. Xenon has had some really poor zoning decisions in the past. Commercial on a residential street, special use permits which allow commercial type businesses, and a school. These were added to an already existing Prospect Park, a dog care center, and 2 commercial sites at Youngfield and 42nd Avenue. Access to these developments are difficult at best. Increased traffic, noise, and now another development is proposed to cause additional problems now and in the future. One of the questions that I don't know if it was answered or not is there going to be a turn lane provided on Youngfield Street to access this property? Because if you notice, there's a curve here, and as some of the other neighbors had talked about how the traffic backs up, it's a mess. Your photos that were taken must have been taken on a Sunday morning real early because they did not indicate the true traffic impact that happens here on that street. The area, this area is not denying that the vacant land will eventually be developed. But what about the existing businesses and homes? Are they being given consideration to quality of life as well as property values? Are they feeling like they can invest in their property? The crossroad is this area can become a vibrant part of Wheat Ridge, or it can become run down, which will then require urban renewal to come in and try to make sensible use of the properties. Many feel the overall overall goal is to run out the residential slowly but surely. We hope this is not the goal of the city of Wheat Ridge. Then what has happened to the long ago proposed Ward Road and 44th interchange, with 300 new homes coming in soon to the Jolly Rancher area, the impact on Ward Road, Youngfield, and 44th cannot be denied. I would like to once again propose an honest evaluation of this area and have a sub-plan or a mini master plan developed, which will be a benefit to the city, the commercial developments, as well as the residential uses. I would also once again ask that absolutely at no time can the piece of land on Zianon be made into an access point from this development onto Zianon. Promises have not been kept by some of the recent developments. The code enforcement cannot sit on the corner and watch every activity that goes on in a business on a daily basis. In closing, this area deserves the same consideration and respect you have shown to other developments in the city. This is a very visible area to people using I-70 Ward Road, Youngfield, and 44th, sort of a gateway to the city. How do you want to present this part of the city to others? And in closing, there's one other thing that I don't understand on that access, that piece of land there that is behind the proposed development and meets Zianon Street. Can cars get from the parking lot to that area in the future, or will this developer eventually buy one of those homes to get access onto Zianon Street? Because I guarantee you access from Youngfield is going to be very dangerous, if not almost impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. 11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 is when we would have to. Okay, does the applicant want to respond? They have that right. They asked for it. They did.
We might want clarification from council, but I think if it's asked for, do we need to
Okay.
vote for that?
The applicant has requested to respond. Is council entertaining their ability to do that? Yes. Okay. You wanted to respond then?
Thank you, Mayor. Council will obviously be very brief. I know it's been a late night. What we'd like to do, one of the criteria, there is no criterion specifically addressing views, and there is no view plane here, and there is no view plane corridor. But since some of the neighbors have raised views as an objection and particularly wanted to reference, we did have in the back up here a couple of photographs just kind of showing what that looks like. So I wanted to get that for you here. This is looking westward from the eastern property line towards the north portion of the property, and that is elevated I-70 there in the background. This is looking eastward towards some of the existing properties. This is another westward looking view towards the existing views. So we believe that there would not be a significant negative impact on the views that exist today as a result of this project being constructed, particularly on the northern end of the property where the parking lot and the detention pond is going to be. But as it relates to height, since, you know, I would say I would characterize the majority of the concerns that were raised as being around the height or perhaps the massing of the structure that's being proposed. Just so everyone's clear, a 4-story commercial building is an allowed use by right on this property today. That is not changing. The only thing that's different, if this is approved, is that the 4-story commercial building that we're proposing will be a self-storage, which is not an allowed use by right today. But we did show you that long list of some of the allowed uses that are by right as of today. And if someone were to come along and propose one of those existing uses at 4 stories, a commercial use, it would be allowed, and it does not require a public hearing before City Council. Staff can correct me if they feel differently about that, but that's how I read the code. The other quick points I just wanted to mention, since they were issues that were raised by the public comment, is concern about traffic. There was a formal traffic study that was required and that was submitted as part of this application. It was prepared by Curtis Rowe of Kimley Horn, who is a professional traffic engineer and a professional traffic operations engineer, a PTOE, which is a rarer classification, which also specifically analyzes traffic operations in a particular location. That traffic study was then reviewed and considered and analyzed by your staff, who concluded and concurred with it that it was accurate. And that traffic study did not conclude that any new improvements were needed to accommodate the traffic to be generated by this development. And as I'm sure you are aware, after serving on council for some time, you cannot require a new development construct improvements to remedy an existing traffic deficiency situation. You can only require them to construct new improvements to address their own traffic that they're contributing to the situation. So the study did not recommend any traffic improvements were needed to accommodate this traffic, and the applicant concurred with that, obviously, and staff concurred with that. I would just point out to the question that was raised about Youngsfield, there is no proposal or requirement for a dedicated turn lane on Youngsfield. Youngsfield does presently have a center lane that is a dual-purpose turn lane for turns in either direction. That's part of the existing configuration, and that would remain, and that would be the method by which people using this facility would access it on and off Youngsfield. Also related to traffic, a couple people asked questions about that Xenon access. It is not proposed that that be used for access, nor is it proposed to be paved, nor can you access it from the parking lot as the site plan is designed today. So if this site plan were approved as proposed, it would not be allowed to be used for an access for this project. If in the future anybody ever wanted to propose to use it for an access, either this developer or some future owner, they would have to propose an amendment to the site plan in order to achieve that. If you leave it as it is today, and if the ODP and the SDP were not approved, that the proposal to not use it for access is part of this SDP. It is not part of the existing condition, is what I want to say. And then finally, there was a question about hours of operation. Since that wasn't something that we mentioned earlier, I'll just briefly, for the record, want to make sure that council is clear. Typically for these facilities, 24 hours is what is proposed. For this facility, the developer did agree to restrict the hours of operation. And the hours of operation for this facility that are proposed are 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. for persons to access their storage units, and the office would be staffed from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So those are the hours of operation that are proposed right now, and they're part of the application. So hopefully that answers the additional questions or concerns that were raised by the neighbors. We're happy, of course, to provide any further information that you require. Understanding, of course, that there is concern in the neighborhood, and folks want to see things stay exactly the same and not see this property developed or see it developed with a smaller building. What's being proposed here today is very much in character with what the comprehensive plan and with the other city code requirements dictate for this area. We therefore ask for your approval of the ODP and the SDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, have questions of the applicants? Ms. Davis?
So I just have a couple questions. So in looking at the zoomed view of Youngsfield, it does not look like that's a quote-unquote suicide turn lane. It actually is a single yellow line from a traffic perspective, from at least looking at the MapQuest.
Is that a question for us or for staff?
Well, no, I'm just saying in general, that does not look like the purpose, that's not a double, white line, turn lane type of setup how it is now. Just looking at it from MapQuest.
If I may ask Mr. Nelson to come to the microphone and address that, he's a little more familiar with the intricacies of the site plan than I am, unless you want to direct that question.
Well, I can see it on MapQuest. You can come look at it. And
I think the striping on Youngfield varies. I can maybe answer that.
But even right where that is, it's not. I'm just saying, I think it's a consideration. I think I'm going to just bring that up. And I think, indirectly, Youngsfield and the traffic on Youngsfield is going to be something we have to talk about as a council anyways, with probably some of the discussions we're having with Clear Creek Crossing and that type of thing. So it's bound to, something's bound to happen with Youngsfield, one way or the other, I'm guessing, with some of the other development going on. But that's a single, double yellow line that I see right now. I guess my other question is, with that in mind, I do understand that it's zoned already, that 50-feet buildings could happen, and we could get lots of traffic in there, and it could, sometimes you think the lesser of two evils. I don't want to take all night. So, I think it's a hard discussion, and I guess my one question, when it comes not as much to the zoning question, but on the site plan, was there anything ever considered about even a three stories, or?
I'll let the applicant address the three-story question, but just specifically related to the turn lane.
Yeah, that's not a turn
within
lane.
the SDP document, the applicant proposes to restripe Youngfield to allow turns from the southbound lanes into the property and exiting.
Okay, not quite how that was stated, just saying.
I'll let them address the three-story.
And then what about the three? Was there consideration? And, brief, please. We've still got a full agenda.
I want to let Mr. Nelson address it, but the center turn lane is parallel to the property for half of the property, and we are proposing to extend it further north.
No,
And
it's not.
I
No,
have
it's
a
not.
drawing that shows that if
Yeah.
you'd like to see it.
The turn lane is a left turn lane. You can come look over our shoulders, but I think that's neither here nor there, but,
Looking at something that's not in the public record, that's not going to work. She can't be doing that.
yes, I'm sorry, but
Looking at something that's not in the.
I know,
If
but
it's,
we
we have
pulled it up
staff,
on
we have
MapQuest, so-
Public Works staff here. If this is an issue council wants to discuss more, we can have Mark Westberg come up and we can pull it up. We can
All
pull
right.
Google up on the map if you'd like.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful if you're gonna rely on it for your decision, it has to be in the record. And describing what you're seeing on MapQuest isn't in the record for everyone. By everyone, I mean everyone.
right, I just want
So-
clarification from what was said on the record
Fine.
versus what was.
That'd be an answer from either the applicant or our staff, and that'll be in the record. So
I guess I should ask staff if they're
who's gonna
comfortable.
answer that question?
Answering these questions just off the fly. Mark, are you comfortable? Okay.
So, and then I guess the quick question why they're doing that, the three-level.
Pull up the aerial view.
If I may, Mayor, I'll be happy to continue while staff is getting the right graphics.
Please,
up.
go ahead.
On the question of whether or not the applicant ever considered reducing the height, building a smaller building, the answer to that is yes. The applicant has reviewed a variety of different alternative configurations for this structure. One of the reasons it probably wouldn't have worked as a single-story structure is because you couldn't get enough, in the 80s when all they had was the single-story storage facilities, you couldn't get
Okay.
enough on there to make it financially
Right.
feasible. The applicant's current analysis indicates that this project, given all of the extraordinary costs, is not financially feasible with fewer units than what is proposed. And if you see how unusual the shape of the lot is, the only way you could have it be shorter is if the building were to occupy the whole entire lot, and then it would be a very unusually shaped building. So the answer is yes, they did analyze it. They analyzed it significantly and in great detail, and the project would not be feasible. So to say build it shorter is really don't build it. Now you've got your lane.
So the way it works today is there's a left turn lane for Youngfield and 44th intersection that extends quite a ways into this property. What they're planning on doing, I hope I click on the right thing here, is they're planning on doing a very slight restriping of that to allow a dedicated left turn lane into that driveway. And it's only got storage for one or two vehicles here because, again, their traffic counts are pretty low. But they are going to shorten up that left turn lane for northbound Youngfield onto westbound 44th in order to provide just a little bit of room here to provide a dedicated left into this facility to keep that left turning traffic out of the through traffic for southbound Youngfield.
So through traffic could continue?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Mr.?
Yeah, it's not existing now. It's
No.
something that they would
Right.
do.
Yeah, there's going to be a
which is-
slight adjustment in the length of that left turn bay for that northbound Youngfield to provide that southbound left turn lane into this development.
Thank you, Barb, and thank you, Zach, for asking that to be public information for us. Okay, so we've answered the question regarding 3 stories. Are there other questions council would like to ask? Ms. Hoppy?
Can I just clarify that the applicant is also property owner at this point in time?
Yes, the applicant recently closed on the purchase of the property and is now the property owner.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, I'm going to close the meeting, the public hearing. And I'm going to ask for a motion.
I moved.
Wait, there was something I'm concerned about. The applicant there was request, the attorney had mentioned, the applicant has requested a condition of any ODP approval be that such approval not be effective if the SDP is not also approved. Was that still correct? And the response to that, the city attorney advises that such a condition is acceptable if the applicant consents on the record at the public hearing.
On behalf of the applicant, we consent to that condition on the public record.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. I move to approve Council Bill Number 08-2016, an ordinance approving a zone change from planned commercial development to planned industrial development, and a request for approval of an outline development plan for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue on second reading, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication for the following reasons. Number 1, the proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and other guiding documents. 2, the proposal meets the zone change criteria. 3, the proposed uses and ODP are all less intensive than what could have been allowed on the property currently and will serve as a neighborhood buffer. And 4, all requirements for an ODP have been met, with the following condition. 1, the approval of the zone change and ODP shall not be effective if the SDP is not also approved.
And there it is. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Matthews. Is there discussion, or shall we go to the vote? No further discussion? Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2 with council members Urban and Duran voting no.
Okay, let's move on to item 4, which is the, Ms. Wooden, if you'll read that again. This is for the SDP, or the Special Development Plan.
Yeah, the motions are in the reverse order for the SDP. I think you see the denial first and the approval second. You've got both motions. They're just they're in the reverse order from what the ODP was in the packet.
So for number 4 is what I'm reading right now.
Reading number 4.
4, yes.
Okay. Resolution number 24-2016, a resolution approving a specific development plan for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue, case number WZ-15-11. At issue, the request is for approval of a specific development plan for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue. A concurrent request for a zone change and an outline development plan, ODP, is also under consideration.
So this is the SDP that's been spoken to all night, so we don't have any additional.
How much more discussion is
We have none, unless the applicant does, staff does, no. So council discussion or vote is appropriate.
We can go to the motion and then have discussion. Would that be okay?
Motion first, Jim. Motion's on the second and third pages of the staff report. The approval motion is second, the denial motion appears first there.
Option A.
Option A is the denial motion, option B is the approval motion.
Okay.
So you get to pick.
I move to approve resolution number 24-2016, a resolution approving a specific development plan for property located at 12700 West 44th Avenue for the following reasons. One, the proposal is consistent with the purpose of a planned development. Two, the proposal is in substantial compliance with the architectural and site design manual, the street design manual, and the zoning code. Three, the proposed site design and proposed uses are consistent with the outlined development plan. Four, all requirements for a specific development plan have been met with the following conditions. One, the applicant shall continue to work with staff to ensure that the final fence design is consistent with the provisions in the zoning code so that it shall provide an additional layer of buffer to the neighborhood if required at the request of the neighborhood. And two, that a subdivision plat shall be approved for the property prior to recording the SDP.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Matthews. Now, is there a discussion now? There was one question. Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, I noticed in here that staff recommended against the SDP, and can you?
Staff recommended approval.
Oh, our planning did.
Planning commission did.
I'm not sure if we can, is it appropriate to ask why?
Lisa, do you want to speak to that?
Contained within your information.
I'd like it for the public record.
Gotcha.
Certainly. So we have had some discussion internally on that, and in consultation with the city attorney, in staff's opinion, the planning commission recommendation is incorrect. Staff recommends not following those conditions. It was a condition that, as you've seen in other staff reports, there are no findings listed. Typically, if staff recommends approval, there's no findings listed for a recommendation of denial, and so they essentially created those during the meeting. So we would recommend other conditions for denial should council go in that direction. Staff recommends approval.
Other discussion or questions? Mr. Pond.
I know the hour's late, but I want to respect the process and all the time that everyone's put into this on both sides of this. I appreciate it. And these are extremely difficult situations, and I think that the thing that we and that I, as first a member of the Planning Commission and now on council, have got to go back to the criteria. And you know, it is prescriptive, and it can be limiting. But I think in this case, and I would have said this on the previous agenda item, but I think it outlines a process in which the criteria have been met. I know and am sensitive to the issues that have been brought up in the public comments by the neighbors, in not just this meeting, so I know that you guys have put some time into this. But in fact, at least in my estimation, the whether the criteria of compliance with the comprehensive plan and some of the factors like height or traffic or other things actually don't diminish the fact that, at least in my mind, the criteria have been met for the zoning change. The way this is set up, the item that we're working on right now is obviously falls immediately out of that ODP, and because of that, I don't see that there's a way to essentially create a way of looking at the criteria that is different. So again, these are the hardest decisions that we have when we're up here, and what we can do is rely on both sides of the equations, on input and the zoning and the criteria that we have in front of us. So I will be voting for this. I again, just want to appreciate everyone's time and effort, and understand that for many this is not the decision that you want to hear, and I'm sensitive to that as well.
Mr. Matthews?
This is extremely difficult for me, and you all of you that are here heard me talk against the 35-foot zoning height limits for residential. As I travel down Youngfield, in my mind's eye, I see the BLM building, which is at least 4 stories, I believe, down by the off-ramp there on I-70, and it's got residential directly behind it. And as I come back towards this property, I look at Walmart and King Soopers, especially Walmart's the taller building, and it's got residential directly behind it. And I think there's been some precedent set that towards the fact that we do have Youngfield, which is a more or less of an arterial semi-commercial street, and would not be appropriate for residential. I feel your pain. I'm still considering which way to vote. I kind of wanted you to understand that this is probably a place where I would have to go with the current zoning, and I'm almost apologizing to you, but I just think we have to honor the current zoning, and I wish we could have looked at it differently later. I would prefer it was a 2-story building, but it isn't so. I just think the precedent has been set up and down Youngfield that more than 2-story buildings have already been allowed in the past.
Thank you. Any other comment before we go to the vote? Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-2 with council members Urban and Duran voting no.
It's tough. I think we're going to just try to power through. We're just going to power through. Like to do some of our first readings. We can table those. That's what I
Do you guys want a break? Mayor, it might be great to take a break. I think we have some council members that need to take a quick break.
Do you need a break? Are you struggling over there?
Are you
5 minutes.
You're declaring
I see a lot of nutting
you're in
here.
charge. You're declaring a 5-minute recess?
5 minutes. By God, this is going to start in 5 minutes.
Power strip?
5. Madam Mayor?
Janelle, are you good?
Okay.
Please read item number 5, Mr. Urban.
Council Bill number 14-2016, an ordinance amending title and certain sections of Article 7, Chapter 11 of Wheat Ridge Code of Laws regarding pawnbroker requirements and establishing secondhand dealer requirements at issue. In order to best use current technology for recovery of stolen property and the criminal prosecution of individuals selling stolen property, the police department requests changes to municipal ordinances related to pawnbrokers and secondhand dealers. Changes will require pawn shops and secondhand dealers to take digital photograph of individuals selling property and allow the pawn shops and secondhand dealers to record sales in a database that is accessible to the police department. The database is available online and accessible, and access is provided to businesses at no cost to them. The type of property for which these requirements apply is defined within the ordinance change. The change brings secondhand dealers into alignment with pawn shops in a manner consistent with revised statutes. After reading the motion, I'd like to ask the city attorney if we can make an amendment that would allow the definition of a mobile phone dealer to be excluded from the...
Yes, we can, and that amendment is being passed out right now.
Thank you.
We reviewed it internally and reviewed it with the police department. They've approved it, and I recommend it, and it's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have to, I need an ordinance number.
This will be ordinance number 1604.
We have Commander Cooney here just to give a brief overview.
Hello, Mark Cooney, Commander of the Police Department. This was brought forward by a couple of detectives who work property crimes that they thought would help them solve burglary cases and recover stolen property. The digital photos are a very useful tool to identify some of the people that have stolen or that have sold some of the stolen property at pawn shops. The database it makes it a lot more easy for the officers to search property, search different things that are sold to see if that property is stolen, and the aligning of the secondhand shops with the pawn shops is consistent with state statutes, and it can allow us to recover property from the secondhand shops as well.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Any questions? No questions?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve Council Bill.
I have to close it.
Go ahead.
I don't believe item number 5, I'm pretty sure I didn't have anybody, so I'm going to close the meeting, and then please give me the motion.
I move to approve Council Bill 14-2016, ordinance amending the title and certain sections of Wheat Ridge Code of Laws regarding pawnbroker requirements and establishing secondhand dealer requirements on second reading, order published, and that it take 15 days after final publication, with the following amendment. Amend the definition of secondhand dealer under Section 2 of the ordinance by adding the following to the list of businesses that a secondhand dealer does not include. Providers of commercial mobile services as defined in 47 United States Code 332D, and such providers, authorized agents, and retailers that have contractual relationships with providers to sell providers' authorized products and services, and electronic manufacturers.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Davis. And just go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. I'm happy to introduce Council Bill number 17-2016, an ordinance giving notice and calling for a special municipal election to be held November 8th, 2016, and submitting a ballot question concerning a temporary increase of 1/2 of 1 cent in the city's sales and use tax rate for 12 years without increasing property tax, and the issuance of a debt to finance city investment in public infrastructure to facilitate economic development opportunities. I think there may be a staff report, so I'll just stop there.
This will be ordinance number 1605.
Yes, real quickly, Mr. Westbrook has a very quick presentation on exactly what is included in this ballot question.
So the ballot elements, as you all are pretty well aware, is Anderson Park, Wadsworth Boulevard, the Wheat Ridge Ward Commuter Rail Station, and Clear Creek Crossing. As was mentioned, it's a 1/2 cent sales tax for 12 years. It will is expected to generate $30.5 million to do the $33 million in projects. The projects are broken down. Anderson Park is $4 million, Wadsworth is $7 million, Wheat Ridge Ward Station is $12 million, Clear Creek Crossing is $10 million. The proposed improvements in Anderson Park is some renovation of the Anderson Building and the outdoor pool locker rooms, improvements to some surrounding park amenities, replace the pavilion, convert the ball field into a general purpose field, and then replace the 2 parking lots on either side of really the Anderson Building. This is the map showing where those various things are all happening. The Wadsworth Boulevard construction is the proposed improvements are from 35th up to I-70, 3 lanes in each direction, 10-foot sidewalks, 10-foot tree lawns, and a 10-foot two-way cycle track on the east side from 35th to 44th. Center medians to prevent left turns. And what we're looking at right now is continuous flow intersections at 38th and 44th. These are the cross sections that came out of our previous study that was adopted by council in October of last year. Those have not changed. The cross section, general cross sections of the road have not changed. The big thing that's changed is the continuous flow intersection. Do we want to take time to show the video? Okay. There will be a video on the website.
Council, would you like
to see the video? This video
said no.
This video will be available on the website later this week, so you guys can look at it at your leisure. This is of the 38th Avenue intersection. It's just an innovative intersection design that we think is going to work really well for us at this location. The Wheat Ridge Ward Station, the proposed improvements are reconstructing Ridge Road, 52nd Avenue, and Tabor Street, and the traffic signal at Ward Road and Ridge Road intersection, and a pedestrian bridge over the tracks. Again, just showing where those things are, rebuilding Ridge Road, reconstructing the south half of 52nd Avenue, rebuilding all of Tabor Street, the intersection, getting a signal at the intersection of Ward and Ridge, and then the pedestrian, I had fun with that, the pedestrian bridge at, from the station down to the south side of the tracks to provide better pedestrian access for that. The Clear Creek Crossing improvements are for the westbound I-70 hook ramps. It removes the westbound off-ramp at 32nd Avenue and includes the connecting street to 32nd Avenue. We've got a little graphic here. This is the hook ramps. It's a very long hook ramp with the ways it was planned to be built. And then this is that connecting street. And it does remove that off-ramp there at 32nd Avenue. The ballot language, again, as we talked about, I forgot to change this one, sorry, Patrick, is a 1/2 cent for 12 years. 3.7 million the first year, starts January 1st of 2017, ends December 31st of 2028. $33 million in projects with a repayment of $38.5 million. The ballot deadlines, ballot language is due to Jeffco on September 9th, which is why we're here before you tonight. And then, of course, election day is November 8th. And if you have any questions, that'll be for Patrick and Joyce mostly to answer.
Did he even go over Anderson? Oh. I missed it.
No questions. All right. I do have space for public comment. I don't think I have anything on that.
I think there are some people signed up. We had that issue with the sign-up sheets, so
Just want to ask.
best to ask.
Line them up.
Line them up, go.
Let's go. Nope.
Kim Calamino, 4070 Dover Street. Thanks again for the opportunity. I'm tired, so I'm going to read this to you, but
don't mistake my reading it to you for any lack of excitement. I'm excited. I'm thrilled, and I hope you are thrilled to bring forward to the citizens the chance to vote for some important improvements to our community, to get a great win for our community. And so I'm not reading, but what I really ask of you is not simply to vote for this, but to pledge to us and to yourselves that you speak up every council meeting, every opportunity you're in the public. Get out there and walk. This is your proposal. This is a great proposal. Let's get it passed, but we need your leadership to do it. So pass a resolution that you pledge to us and to each other to work for this. Shout it from the rooftops. Talk about how important this is to economic development, to bringing new jobs, new improvements, great things to our community, and how much it will mean to all of us, all of the opportunities, increased tax revenue to do all of the other things we also need to do. This is great. And I'm not signed up to speak on the next one, but I will ask you not to diminish the chances of this passing by putting an opposing or alternate or additional tax question on the ballot. This is the one we need to go for. Let's get this 50 cents. Let's do these improvements. And please, work with us, work for us, work hard to make this pass. We need this. It's important. And thank you for bringing it to the ballot, because I'm sure that's what you're going to do, right? Okay, thank you.
Well, since Vivian Voss, VOS, 6920 West 47th Place. Not opposed to this ballot question at all, but I did want to bring up something that just struck me too late in the process, but I want to get it out there anyway. The whole title ends with facilitate economic development opportunities, whereas the DIRT task force stands for drainage, infrastructure, roads, and trails. There may be some trails at Anderson Park. I'm sure we can consider all of the economic development infrastructure as infrastructure, but I was kind of hoping there would be some infrastructure that would improve the neighborhoods, such as the floodplains and some of the street sidewalk infrastructure that we really need. So maybe next time we could be more centered on the DIRT definition, or you could change it to DIRTED, which would include economic development.
Don't say it out loud.
Good evening. My name is Britta Fisher, Fisher, and I live in District 1. And I'm here tonight as a citizen. I'm not representing any official position. I just wanted to say thank you for considering this question and for putting it to the voters. As you know, the DIRT Task Force had a much longer list of needs to look at. You know about the unfunded infrastructure in our community. You heard even this evening from groups such as the Outside Agency Review Team wishing that there were more resources. And I want to commend you on focusing and prioritizing and saying, here are some income generating investments that can get us kick-started. It's not everything, but these are things that will help us pull down federal dollars, state dollars, spark sales tax revenue. That is the type of economic development infrastructure request that our city needs to get kickstarted into the next 50 years of our community. We have aging infrastructure and it's time. I also want to encourage you and implore you, much like Ms. Calomino, that keep that focus. Keep that prioritization. This is going to be a really long ballot. And I think most of you would understand that I would be disappointed not to see even more investments in our community. However, we've got to look at what can win. This is too important of a moment and too important of an economic cycle for us not to make critical infrastructure investments. So please do what you need to do tonight to get this in front of voters and to also, as Kim said, to pledge yourselves to this. Are you willing to work? Because the time is short. The time is very short before ballots are out there. We're talking less than 2 months. So if you're going to do this, if you're going to vote for this tonight, please work for it and get it passed. Thank you.
Thank you. John? Any questions? Please.
I just wanted to say that I would be voting for this. I mean, this in itself is a great job creator, revenue creator, and opportunity for us. So I do support this and will be working diligently with our community and citizens to get it passed.
You know, we've got a motion here, and then
No, we don't have,
discussion.
yeah. A motion in order?
I mean, we need a motion.
Thank you. I move to approve Council Bill number 17-2016, an ordinance giving notice and calling for a special municipal election to be held November 8, 2016, and submitting a ballot question concerning a temporary increase of 1/2 of 1 cent in the sales and use tax rate for 12 years without increasing property tax, and the issuance of debt to finance city investment in public infrastructure to facilitate economic development opportunities on second reading, and that it take effect immediately upon adoption.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Discussion before we go to the vote?
Madam Mayor?
Any more? Mr. Urban?
I think, from what I understand, this is going to, everybody's going to vote in favor of this, and I would encourage the residents to follow suit and vote in favor of this measure. The reason for this is that this is a vote in favor of the future of Wheat Ridge. And this is a method of looking towards how do we fund projects in the future, and how do we consider to develop funding mechanisms for these types of projects into the future. And as we looked at these types of projects and understanding that we have these long list of things that need to get done, this is how we're going to be doing this in the future, is that we have this sort of sunsetted process. So I think for voters to understand that we have many other cities around the state that have done a similar process, and this is how we've chosen to do it, and we think that these are the projects that will give us the biggest bang for our buck, and I would encourage people to vote yes on this because it does give us the biggest bang for our buck.
Ms. Davis, and we're going to call the question.
I would just like to say that I think all of us as council, this is something that we support, and it was led by a task force of citizens. And I also think that, I'm a firm believer that you have to pay the bills before you go on vacation and do those types of things. And in this case, from a city perspective, I think, we really need to get this infrastructure, get some of this stuff working on that, because we do have some projects that will be, that are kind of in the hopper, that this will support that. And I think it even, if folks read, actually I had a physician approach me today to say, hey, Wheat Ridge got a lot of credit in the newspaper for being proactive about the gold line. So
Now we got to do it.
I know, now we got to do it, but I think, I think already getting the press that it's a focus of Wheat Ridge and that we are being proactive and doing some things around the gold line, even in the newspaper this weekend, but I do think it does support our community, it supports our vision, and it will also support some of the other possible dirt task force items in the future, because we might have higher tax dollars that we could pay for some of that infrastructure as well. So obviously I'll support it. I do commit to screaming from the rooftops and walking the streets. So you have my commitment.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move that it be the official policy of this council and the city that we ask citizens to support this measure.
Sure. Under the Campaign Reform Act, you may not spend city money to urge voters to vote for or against any ballot measure once you've set the title. That's the rule, and there are exceptions to the rule. One of those exceptions is that you can pass a resolution of support and distribute that resolution in the same way you distribute all other resolutions. No fear mailing a copy to every registered voter, something that North Glen tried and created the rule. So you can certainly do that, and the best way I think for you to accomplish that is we can prepare a resolution of support for the ballot question and have it on the consent calendar for your next meeting. I'm happy to do that.
Second. Oh, well, my second was related to being in favor of the sales tax increase, not necessarily in favor of suspending rules, I guess.
Fair enough. That already got, oh, you're out of order. Okay. I recommend you finish your work on the ballot question, then we can take that as a consensus, and then we'll take a motion to determine whether you go late. So, first thing is.
It's a consensus to move. It's a consensus.
All right, okay.
Right, I thought we already voted.
We did? Did we vote?
There it is. You did vote.
Okay, great.
Motion carries 8-0.
It'd be appropriate, a consensus direct the city attorney to prepare a resolution of support for this ballot measure to be brought to you at your next meeting. Thank you very much. I will do that. Now it's appropriate to take a motion, if you're inclined to do that, at 11 o'clock per your council rules in order to go late. After 11, you have to do one of a couple things. You either take a motion to keep going and finish the agenda, you take a motion to do only certain things and quit, or you just decide to quit for the night and everything gets rolled to the next meeting.
I move that we continue the meeting until we complete the agenda items for tonight's meeting.
Second.
That, by the way, has to pass by 6.
Can you reset?
All right.
So, yeah, there's that.
Shortcuts.
Has to pass by 6.
All right, you can vote now.
Yeah, vote no, yeah. Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
We shouldn't go this late. It's supposed to get into it.
Seven?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council Bill number 16-2016, an ordinance giving notice of and calling for a special municipal election to be held November 8th, 2016, and submitting a ballot question concerning a temporary increase of 1/4 cent in the city's sales and use tax rate for 3 years without increasing property tax to finance 38th Avenue streetscape improvements.
This is ordinance number 1606.
Okay, so again, the ballot elements on this one are the projects from Upham Street to Harlan Street, 3-lane Main Street, maintain the current lane configuration, amenity zones with landscaping and seating areas, improvements to pedestrian sidewalks, on-street parking and bike lanes, public art, and a new community plaza, with a 0.25% sales tax for 3 years to generate $4.5 million. Just as a reminder, the 2017 Preventative Maintenance Program will be paying for the 30th Avenue repave and restripe. That's about $646,000. We'll actually do that work in 2017 prior to any of these sales tax dollars coming in. The 38th Avenue sales tax project, which is expected to generate, again, $4.5 million, would pay for $910,000 for the green, a little over $2 million for the streetscape, and around $1.5 million for the curb cuts consolidations. Again, the construction phasing overlay the entire street in 2017, do the green and Upham to High Court in 2018. In 2019, do High Court to Pierce, and then in 2020, do Pierce to Harlan. The ballot language is a 0.25% sales tax increase for 3 years, up to $1.9 million for the first year. Starts January 1st, 2017, ends December 31st, 2019. Revenues above $4.5 million would go to a 30th Avenue maintenance fund for Wadsworth to Sheridan. the same ballot deadlines we had last time, and just the additional information, we've got some graphics that we prepared. This is a 3D rendering from Upham Street to looking southeast. So this is, you can see the big banner that we've got, the over-the-street banners there at the location it is today. And these are just a sample of what the improvements could look like. When we got the graphic, we thought that kind of looked like Patrick walking across the crosswalk there in the gray suit and the silver hair. That was not deliberate, it just happened that way. This is at High Court looking west. Again, you see the Overstreet banner in the distance, and this is the kind of things we're looking at, that entry plaza there on the right side, which is the northwest corner of High Court and 38th Avenue, and then just some of the outdoor seating that could go in front of where Right Coast Pizza is, instead of having the pop-up cafe that have that. The enhanced crosswalks, the 3 lanes of traffic, the parking on either side, and the trees and the pedal lights with the flower baskets. This is zoomed in on the street level view, the sidewalk level view, if you will. If Google drove the sidewalks, this is what we'd get. The sidewalk looking west, we've got the outdoor seating, we've got the new trees out by the street, we've got the existing trees up near the buildings, and then the pedestrian lights again with the hanging baskets and then the banners. And just showing in that area of town just how wide the sidewalks can be. And apparently we're attracting a pretty good clientele. I think that's a Porsche SUV out there. So I think we're doing pretty well then. So the actual capacity, a couple of the other things that council asked for was the actual capacity of 30th Avenue 3 lanes. We had Mueller Engineering look at that. In their 2011 study, they assumed in 20 years we'd have 15% growth during that period. In the very quick analysis they did was that we'd have 35% growth would be possible until this is basically at Harlan and Pierce, we had complete failure of those signals and everyone's having to wait more than one cycle and those kind of things. So just a real quick analysis. They just took their existing model and started ratcheting the traffic up until they hit a level of service of F, which is considered failure. And that happened at 35% above the levels that were existing in 2011, which was well above the 15% growth that was expected. Again, now we're ready for questions.
Nice pictures.
Yeah, very nice.
Yes, ma'am. I certainly listen to both of them.
Public discussion?
Thank you, Mayor Jay and council members. My name is Tim Rogers, R-O-G-E-R-S. I live at 10495 West 35th Place. Unfortunately, I can't speak to the West 38th Avenue project. I don't have the knowledge, the background, and the experience that this group does. But my point to you tonight is that if you believe in the task force funding project and the need for this community to get behind that 100%, give thought to the impact of a second ballot issue with a level of concern and uncertainty within the community, and the impact of moving forward on a second ballot issue for the success of the task force funding issue that needs to be on the ballot. That's my perspective tonight, that adding a second ballot issue to the voters to consider, I feel has a potential negative impact on the ability to pass the task force ballot issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, Ms. Voss?
Vivian Voss, VOS, 6920 West 47th Place. It seems like last time there was discussion on the dais that about the Wadsworth to Sheridan repaving being part of the discussion, and it occurred to me that since that's not being funded at all by the ballot question, that you just stop talking about repaving of Sheridan to Wadsworth. It's going to confuse the issue. People are going to wonder, well, why are we paying for that when it's not part of the description on the ballot? Plus, it's coming from the CIP budget, so it just seems to not even talk about it, don't list it, don't have it in your description at all. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hoppy, I believe we're ready. Oh, I need to close the meeting. I need a motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to approve Council Bill number 16-2016, an ordinance giving notice and calling for a special municipal election to be held November 8th, 2016, and submitting a ballot question concerning a temporary increase of 1/4 of 1 cent in the city's sales and use tax rate for 3 years without increasing property tax to finance 38th Avenue streetscape improvements on second reading, and that take effect immediately upon adoption by signature by the mayor.
Second.
Seconded? Any discussion?
Pond?
Mr. Pond? Ms. Davis?
So I just want to keep this brief because I know it's late, but, you know, I think from the very beginning, there were a lot of discussions around this ballot question. And it does worry me that, just as we've seen in other ballot questions, that one brings down the other. And then also what happens is, you know, the public or some of the things that could interfere with one ballot question ends up interfering with another, so we pull it in. I think there's been a lot of questions and concerns about this ballot question from the beginning. I just want to go over a few. One, I think a lot of people have heard me say, you know, we want to knock it out of the park and do it right. I think we've talked about the Create Your Own 38th, and this wasn't quite the vision what the Create Your 38th wanted. It was a definitely, you know, again, tonight's been about compromise. It was a compromise to try to make it appealing to the voters, because we know that a lot of our voters are adverse to tax increases. So it was kind of a happy medium to get the feel, and those were nice pictures, to get the feel that we want with spending a little bit less money. And I also think there's a lot of questions still about the flow lines, curb and gutter, although we still have, you know, we've clarified that. I think that that's still something that could muddy this question. And perhaps muddy the other question. And I think it goes back to my thoughts on the first ballot, is that I really think that, again, we need to, you know, do our maintenance of our home, you know, or pay our bills, and then see what we can do to create another area. And I would almost, I would like a little bit more council discussion on some of that. We have heard from professional folks that run campaigns and elections that 2 ballot questions are not typically successful. We've heard that before as a council, and so I would just kind of like to have some feedback from council, but I would really like to reconsider maybe setting this aside, having a big win with our dirt task force and our infrastructure ballot question, and go from there, and add this one to the next election once we've got some good work under our belt.
Madam Mayor.
Other discussion? Mr. Urban?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at this from a different perspective, and one of the things as we're looking at this and we're comparing and contrasting what happened previously, and I think that we've rightfully taken a look back at what happened in previous years and tried to learn lessons from what's happened previously, and I think that a majority of council members were very much in favor of the previous sales tax increase. And when you looked at the previous 2A and 2B, there was one question that had a funding mechanism and was very clear about what it was going to pay for, and the other question didn't have a funding mechanism and didn't talk about its price tag or anything. It was just sort of hanging out there. And so now, as we're looking at these 2 questions are very specific on what they're paying for and how they're going to be paid for, and they're very sort of self-contained sort of operating systems, and they stand on their own merits, and I think that they're sort of standalone systems, if you will. And one of the things that I think having this 38th Avenue question does is it allows the question of what's going to happen with 38th to be sort of self-contained, and doesn't leave that question in the minds of voters of, well, is the money raised in the sales tax question over here going to be used on 38th Avenue? And that's not the case. That question is raised and dealt with in this issue over here. And so in the questioning and the concerns about one question bringing down the other. I think that these are two siloed questions with two funding mechanisms, and there's nothing that can really entangle each other with those two questions because they have their own funding mechanisms. And if one had a funding mechanism and the other one didn't, then I think we might have some real concerns about one dragging down the other. But now that we have two questions with two questions about funding, I don't think there's a concern about one dragging down the other. It's one question, yes or no, the other question, yes or no, and let them both sort of run on their own merits. So I don't see that as being that big of a concern. Previously, there was a concern because 2B didn't have a price tag, didn't say how it was going to get paid for, and that in a lot of voters' minds was a major concern. So if you take 30th Avenue off the table and you don't tell voters what's happening with it and how it's going to be paid for and what's when and if that's going to come back to the voters, then that's going to put doubt in the voters' minds, and that may negatively impact the sales tax question even more so. So that's a question to consider as well. And I would be in favor of putting this on the ballot and allowing the voters to consider it on its own merits. And I'm happy to see that it has a funding mechanism.
Okay, Mr. Fitzgerald.
I think Councilman Urban makes some really good points. This is sort of a different situation than we had before. It's very specific, and obviously it's just 3 years. And, you know, I have been in favor of improving Wheat Ridge with a city center. I think it would help our identity. It would help complete our identity. And it would be a real asset to the city that would attract the high-quality businesses that we're looking to attract. So I'm very much in favor of 38th. However, I have reluctantly concluded that we cannot risk the dirt issue with the 38th Avenue issue. The dirt issue is essential to the future of the city, and I don't want to do anything that would in any way risk that issue. So I'm going to vote no on this very, very reluctantly. So that's all I have to say.
Any other comments? Mr. Matthews.
I think it's of paramount importance that we do put this before the people again. I have received so much static in my district over what happened to our vote in 2014. And I think I've made my position well known in the past that I will vehemently oppose any changes to 38th unless we put it back before the people. And I know that some of our other council members have agreed that, you know, if we're going to do 38th and we didn't follow the vote in 2014, we didn't follow the Create Your 38, that if we're going to do it, it needs to go back to the people and get clear and present direction from them. If you want to start fighting about street width again, vote no, because I still think that that's an open deal between Mr. Dahl and myself as far as whether or not we're violating the charter. But if it goes before the people, then it's a clear direction. And I think that's the only way we can go.
Anyone else? Mr. M.
I've given this a lot of thought. I mean, I'm very supportive of our Dirt Task Force ballot question and going to support that. 38th Avenue, I strongly feel it has and should go to the vote of our citizens. My concern after thinking about this is if we don't put it on there, they're going to be thinking, well, what's next? What's going on? How is it going to look next year? I'm not sure that I am willing to take that risk. I would rather have them have their say, have their vote this year. It is two completely different questions. As Councilman Urban has mentioned, the sunset's in there, the cost is in there, everything's there. So both ballot questions are completely different. So I'm going to be in favor of supporting to put it on so that the citizens can have a vote. It doesn't necessarily mean that I support the design. Obviously, I felt we should have had 2 ballot questions, and if not 2 choices in design, then at least an ordinance that states what would happen if it failed. But I'm going to have to go with putting it to the vote of the citizens this year. Let them decide what's going to happen for once and for all.
Let's see if somebody else wants to speak, or do you just want to go to the vote, or what? Just real quick. Sure.
I had this in my head and I forgot it, but if we don't put this to the citizens, our claims of being a transparent government and not doing end runs around the people are just going to go out the window. They're just going to wonder, well, what kind of an end run is coming up now?
Mr. Bond?
Obviously, I've labored on 38th Avenue in many regards for many years, and recently, including this compromise. I do believe in it. I liked the pictures. I liked the image. I think it's reasonably cost. But I will, with pain, say that it still represents, from a lot of the feedback that I have received since putting this forward from multiple sides, from neutral parties, that it still continues actually to represent a division in the community that I will acknowledge that we have to prioritize the efforts that we're putting forward, and certainly the one that we just voted on is the bigger priority, and it has been for me, and I think I've been clear on that. Having said that, I completely understand and agree and will not shy away from the comments that have just been made as to the importance for this not to be an end around or a diversion in any way. It's hard for me to consider voting this off the ballot, and I am. And my commitment is that that I will not support investment in this in 38th Avenue moving forward without the the commitments that we've already made about participation, about voting on things that should be voted on, and being transparent about those things. So as long as I'm up here, I will commit to that. And that pains me more than anything, because as far as I'm concerned, that means we're going to set aside investment on this street for quite a while. However, we're doing it for, I think, what we just talked about and what we just went through, which is perhaps the more important and the bigger prize of investing almost $35 million in our community that will leverage millions of more dollars and improvements, and hopefully sometime in the future, years from now, we'll be able to reapproach the issue and have some conclusion with participation and transparency.
I see Ms. Davis wants to speak.
I think just a quick clarification. My intent of bringing this up was not to do a workaround, not to not have it go to the voters. I think that's still my intent, but I think my priority is some of the DIRT task force and that ballot question that's going to make such a difference to our community. So I still believe when we do the 38, whatever we decide, it needs to be decided by the people. So that was not my intent at all.
Ms. Wooden?
This is really, really, really difficult, and there's nothing more than I would want for us to have a city center and to have it sooner rather than later, and I've said that before. But looking at the two ballot issues, one cannot risk the other. We have $25 million in grant money coming in for Wadsworth, and we cannot risk those projects not going through because of 38th Avenue. So in light of that, in risking one for the other, and you look at the importance of the Dirt Task Force issues, and you look at the fact that citizens came together and they put together those priorities of the Dirt Task Force, then I'm going to have to go with the more important ballot issue, which at this time is the Dirt Task Force issues.
Oh, Janice, I'm sure.
I was asked to consider not putting this on the ballot by some citizens, and sorry, it's late and I'm tired. My initial response was, man, I really worked my butt off to try to get something together that our community as a whole could really love. And then I had to look at it and say, okay, well, it's not really about me and me working my butt off on one issue, right? And it's more about what we need for the future of our city and how we can set ourselves up for long-term fiscal sustainability, and to risk that for a beautification project on 38th Avenue, I think is a bad thing to do. And so I'm not very happy about it, but I will be voting no to put this on the ballot.
This, as your mayor, I have been in support of 38th for a long time. I'll get there. And this is a very painful evening. I hear the direction. I understand what you're saying. I do. I really do. And I appreciate the kind of thinking that's going on up here, that it's looking at the longer story. Mr. Rand.
I was just going to say, is there an official motion to amend? I heard a recommendation, but,
No, we haven't.
but nothing.
We don't have a motion yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Motion to.
It's a
Right, but-
simply up or down vote at this other, not an amend. All right. You've had a lot of discussion. I imagine that it's time to call for a vote. Yes,
Current motion on the table is to approve the ordinance to put the ballot question.
we've got a second, so now it's time to cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4 with council members Wooden, Fitzgerald, Davis, Pond, and, oh, it's 5, I'm sorry. Well, it's kind of late. It fails 3-5 with council members Wooden, Fitzgerald, Davis, Pond, and Hoppy voting no.
Can we have a moment of silence? No.
I would just like to thank the city staff for all the work they've done and all the hours that they have put in on this. And I sincerely hope that in the future we can revisit all the work that you have put in and your time.
Thank you for that, Genevieve. Okay, let's go forward. Item 8, I believe. That's first reading, so this could go pretty quick now.
Council Bill Number 18-2016, an ordinance amending Articles 1, 2, and 6 of Chapter 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning regulation of self-storage facilities, case number Z0A-16-02. Issue: this ordinance amends the regulations relating to self-storage developments. The purpose of the amendment is to remove this land use from the C-2 zone district and to add distance and separation requirements for new self-storage facilities.
Thank you. Go ahead and give us the motion.
I move to approve Council Bill Number 18-2016, an ordinance amending Articles 1, 2, and 6 of Chapter 26 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning regulation of self-storage facilities on first reading. Order it published, public hearing set for Monday, September 12, 2016, at 7 p.m. in City Council chambers, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Second.
We've got a second from Councilmember Hoppy. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Once again, we have an ordinance on first reading. Mr. Fitzgerald.
This is Council Bill 19-216, an ordinance amending Section 15-4 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the definition of landscaping for nuisance purposes. The issue, Article 1, Chapter 15-4, nuisances, definitions describing landscaping as living plants, while Section 15-15C prohibits damaged or dead landscaping. City staff has concluded that it is not clear whether dead landscaping may constitute a nuisance condition because landscaping by its very definition must be living, and currently provisions provides a definition of landscaping as living material. The proposed amendment will solve this discrepancy.
Thank you. Give us a motion.
Is the motion in order?
Yes.
I move to approve Council Bill 19-2016, an ordinance amending Section 15-4 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the definition of landscaping for nuisance purposes on first reading, order it published, public hearing set for Monday, September 12, 2016 at 7 p.m. in the City Council chambers, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Second.
Seconded by, is that Mr. Urban? Mr. Urban? Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
Item 10, once again, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Okay, Council Bill 20-2016, an ordinance amending Section 2-33 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the authority of community service officers. This is an ordinance on first reading. Issue, Article 5, Chapter 2-33 of the Administrative Enforcement Ordinance currently does not authorize community service officers, CSOs, to enforce Chapter 24 vegetation. CSOs are expected to enforce aspects of this chapter as outlined in Section 2-80, Purpose Scope. The addition of Chapter 24 vegetation to the administrative enforcement ordinances will allow CSOs the authority to address the issues of tall weeds, nuisance plants, and trees and shrubs more efficiently. Is a motion in order?
It is.
I move to approve Council Bill 20-2016, an ordinance amending Section 2-33 of the Wheat Ridge Code of Laws concerning the authority of community service officers on first reading, order it published, public hearing set for Monday, September 12, 2016 at 7 p.m. in the City Council chambers, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Duran. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
And item 11, Mr. Matthews. Please read that.
A resolution number 29-2016 a resolution adopting the Jefferson County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan Comprehensive Update, April 2016. At issue, let me just blow this up a little. Natural hazards in Jefferson County and the city of Wheat Ridge have historically caused significant disasters resulting in damage to property and natural resources and, in some instances, loss of life. Undertaking hazard mitigation actions in accordance with an adopted and updated plan will reduce the potential for harm to people and property from future hazard occurrences. The Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 requires an adopted natural hazard mitigation plan to be updated every 5 years as a condition of future funding for mitigation projects under Federal Emergency Management Agency, that's FEMA, pre- and post-disaster mitigation grant programs. This comprehensive update to the countywide plan has been prepared in accordance with FEMA requirements 44 CFR 201.6. The City of Wheat Ridge has fully participated in the FEMA prescribed mitigation planning process to help prepare this comprehensive update to the 2010 Jefferson County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan. In addition, the Community Rating System, CRS, is a voluntary incentive program managed by the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP. The CRS program recognizes and encourages floodplain management that exceeds minimum NFIP standards and in turn provides discounted flood insurance rates to the community. Having an up-to-date and adopted hazard mitigation plan is an essential component of the city's CRS program. The City of Wheat Ridge will submit this adopted resolution to the Colorado Office of Emergency Management and FEMA Region 8 officials to enable the plan's final approval.
Thank you. Do we have a staff report?
We don't. I think the issue covered this very well. Mark Westberg is itching to tell you more, but only if council wants to hear more. Mark does a very good job with our mitigation work and floodplain work, and he does work very hard on it. But I think the issue did cover this pretty well. The biggest benefit is the reduced insurance rates for our citizens and preparation for flood mitigation issues. So, otherwise,
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Mark, thank you. You really have done a wonderful job. It's really kind of interesting to read. I know everybody was excited about it. I gave it to
As
you
much
'cause
as I
you
wanted to see it, I
dig into
appreciate
it.
you mitigating the presentation.
Yeah. It sounds, and I don't have anybody signed up for public comment. Come on, Ms. Voss, no? I don't want you to miss one. May I have a motion?
I move to approve resolution number 29-2016, a resolution adopting the Jefferson County Multi-Hazard Mitigation Plan Comprehensive Update, April 2016.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Wooden. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries 8-0.
That concludes our business portion. I know you're sad. City managers matter.
Real quickly, working on a mid-year budget report for you. We'll have that to you very soon. Just a teaser, though. Through July 31st, sales tax is up 7.1% compared to last year, and general fund revenues are up 3.5%. So we're meeting our projections so far, so good news.
Good. City attorneys matters.
Nothing tonight, thanks.
City clerk.
I'll pass tonight.
Elected officials matters. I'm going to start on the left side this time. Ms. Wooden? Mr. Matthews?
I have just a couple of things, and I might as well just do it right now. If I can find it here, I buried it in my notes. One thing I would like to remind everybody is that with our vote here to take 38th Avenue off the ballot, we probably just wasted about $200,000 of the taxpayers' money between the Create 38 bill, whatever that turned out to be, and then some of the other bickering that we've been going through for the last, year and a half, 2 years, and all the staff time. So I hope in the future we will consider before we take a course of action and then just throw it out the window. And we knew Dirt Task Force was coming up. It wasn't like it just surprised us. I'd like to address one thing. I hate urban legends and myths. And one of them that's been going around for several years now is that millennials don't want to buy a house. And I'm going to keep this real short because I'm going to give 3 reports here to the clerk so that she can add them to the minutes and the people can read them. A year and a half ago I did a 3-minute snippet on the fact that yes, millennials do want to buy a house. They want a single family dwelling with grass around it. and gas. They actually want to own and drive a car. After some comments recently, I looked this up again because I think we need to focus our attention on what the truth is and not a myth. Item in this article published March 9, 2016, millennials are buying homes and they're buying them in the suburbs. The biggest generation in history isn't shunning home ownership at all. Some 35% of buyers in 2015 were millennials, up from 32% in 2014. And their median age was 30, according to NAR. Generation X, those 36 to 50 made up 26% of buyers. The second largest group had an median age of 42. So millennials are active in the housing market. The second article, millennials look to the suburbs, not cities, for first homes. And that's one of the reasons when I was dismayed when we started trying to take our stock of small bungalows and starter homes and make 3-story expensive homes out of them. And I have one more paper clip here. The third article on this is why more millennials are buying homes in the suburbs. Young home buyers are ditching city centers for the additional space and lower prices farther out. And the highlighted paragraph I had there is a new survey by the National Association of Realtors found that the share of millennials, those born between about 1980 and 2000, buying in an urban or central city area decreased from 21% to 17% from 2014 to 2015. Like buyers in other age groups, the majority of millennials bought a detached home in the suburbs. So I hope we will consider these actual facts when we consider zoning and housing applications and how we want to develop the rest of our residential areas in the future. Thank you.
I have nothing, but I would like to ask Mr. Matthews to notate the sources of those articles.
They're there for everyone to look. They're all there. If you want
Yeah,
me to
but
do
where-
it right now, I'll do it right now.
No, where did you get those?
Well, they're on the internet. This one was published by the Angry Required. Let me find it. Well, the statistics come from the National Realtor Association. So if you want to go back and dig into everything they stated here, feel free. Some of these are 15 pages long, so under statistics are coming from various sources. Feel free, if you're doubting me, feel free to go on the internet. For the last 2 years, I've been looking at articles on the net that come from various sources that say that millennials are buying homes.
Some other comment you'd like to make, Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
No.
Okay,
Do you
well,
want me to make copies of those and give them to you?
or just scan them. Well, the good
Scan
news
it and
is
send it to
then,
you?
or even if you put it in the minutes, we can look at it. You know, as a part of the minutes, what he asked, to make it as a part of the minutes. Either or.
Attach it.
Give us a copy.
I'll scan it and send it to
Okay.
you folks. I very rarely have an attachment with the minutes. I mean, it'll be in the packet. What? Start a new trend?
All right, I don't have anything except catch up with Christy Saturday, and we have lots of dueling things going on Saturday, 9:30 to 11 at Infinitus Pi.
Before you go to catch up with Christie, go to the coffee with the mayor at 9 a.m. And then go catch up with Christie at 9 a.m. at Vanola's. Thank you. There is something I do want to respond to. Mr. Matthews saying that we wasted $200 worth of the citizens' money. I think it's really important to also acknowledge the fact that 38th Avenue has completely paid for its own self. The amount of money that it has generated, extra sales tax that it has generated, has paid for everything that we've put into it. Sales tax is up 78% on that street alone compared to the rest of the city. So, I'm very upset that we're not going forward with it at this time, but that doesn't mean it's dead or that we can't. It's a very useful, very viable source of income actually for our city right now. So, Mr. Pond. Good. They're all quiet. I think we better shut the meeting down before we meet midnight.